You don't necessarily feel weak. You admire their strength. When you meet someone who is rich, you might envy them, but you don't feel personally attacked. But when you encounter someone who is intellectually superior, something strange happens. Psychologists call this the mirror effect. A deep thinker does not just introduce new ideas, they reflect back the limitations of those around them. And people don't forgive that easily. The mere presence of someone who thinks deeply can make others feel inadequate, even if the deep thinker says nothing at all. But why does this happen? Why does intelligence, more than any other kind of superiority, provoke such discomfort? To understand this, let's consider how our minds process different forms of superiority. When someone is physically stronger, we might see them as a leader or protector. When someone is wealthier, we might admire their success or aspire to achieve something similar. These qualities, strength, wealth, beauty, are external. We recognize them, but they don't necessarily challenge our core self-perception. However, intelligence operates differently. Unlike physical strength or material wealth, intelligence is deeply tied to identity. We define ourselves by our thoughts, our beliefs, our understanding of the world. When we meet someone who thinks on a deeper level, someone who questions what we take for granted, it can feel like a direct attack on our sense of self. Instead of admiring intelligence, many people subconsciously resist it, not because the deep thinker is arrogant or dismissive, but because their very presence forces others to confront their own limitations. This is why, throughout history, deep thinkers have been pushed to the fringes of society. Their insights don't just challenge ideas, they challenge egos. And human beings by nature will do almost anything to protect their ego from discomfort. Take a moment to reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever tried to introduce a deep or complex idea in a casual conversation, only to be met with blank stares or awkward silence? Have you ever noticed how people quickly shift topics when discussions move beyond surface-level chatter? This is not just coincidence, it's a defense mechanism. When people encounter a deep thinker, their mind goes into self-preservation mode. Instead of being curious, they resist. Instead of engaging, they dismiss. This is why intellectuals, philosophers, and visionaries often find themselves isolated, not because they want to be alone, but because society pushes them away. Interestingly, studies show that confidence is often valued more than intelligence in social settings. People are naturally drawn to those who project certainty, even if their ideas are shallow. This is why charismatic but simplistic thinkers gain more influence than deep thinkers who speak with nuance. History is full of examples: populist leaders, motivational speakers, and viral influencers who thrive by telling people what they want to hear, rather than challenging them to think critically. Meanwhile, those who question widely accepted beliefs often struggle to find a broad audience. This is the paradox of intelligence. The more someone seeks truth, the more they become disconnected from the majority. The mirror effect does not just reflect society's limitations, it highlights why society resists change in the first place. But the question remains: if intelligence is so threatening, is there scientific proof that people actually fear it? Modern neuroscience backs this up. Studies show that when people feel intellectually inferior, their brain's amygdala, the region responsible for fear and threat detection, becomes highly active. In simple terms, deep thinking is not just intimidating, it triggers a primal survival response, similar to what we feel when facing danger. But why does intelligence activate the same fear circuits as a physical threat? The answer lies in how human brains evolved. For most of human history, survival depended not on being the smartest person in the room, but on being accepted by the group. Our ancestors thrived in tribes, where social harmony meant safety. Being rejected by the group could mean death, as isolation led to vulnerability. This is why human brains are wired for social acceptance over intellectual pursuit. When someone highly intelligent enters a social setting, they unknowingly disrupt the tribal balance. Their presence challenges existing ideas, social norms, and group dynamics. This triggers the brain's defense mechanism, as if facing a potential enemy rather than just a deeper thinker. This is why many deep thinkers feel isolated, not because they lack social skills, but because their intelligence makes them stand out in a world that values fitting in over standing out. A 2021 study at Stanford University uncovered something even more shocking. The rejection of deep thinkers is context-dependent. When people interact with an intellectual one-on-one, they feel less threatened. But in group settings, the threat response spikes dramatically. Why? Because social status becomes more important in groups. People don't just react to intelligence itself, they react to how others perceive them in comparison. If someone feels outshined by a deep thinker, they instinctively try to undermine or exclude them to protect their social standing. This explains why deep thinkers often find genuine conversations in private settings, but struggle to engage in large social environments. Psychologists have identified several cognitive biases that further explain why intelligence is often met with resistance. The Dunning-Kruger effect. People with low ability often overestimate their intelligence, while highly intelligent people tend to doubt themselves. This creates friction.
No wonder the rapper Future always wears sunglasses. He's trying to hide a physical secret behind those shades. Back in 2011, Future started to have a preference for sunglasses. At first, he just wore them occasionally to add some style to his look. But who would have thought that in just 3 years, sunglasses became an essential part of his image. Whether he's on stage or indoors, he's always sporting a pair of sunglasses. This unique look of his has sparked a lot of discussion among fans. Some people speculate that he might have eye problems, considering he's almost never seen without his sunglasses. Others think he's imitating other rappers to create a distinctive image for himself. In an interview, Future finally cleared up the mystery himself. He said that wearing sunglasses isn't just for show. In his opinion, when someone stares directly into his eyes, it's a form of provocation, and he doesn't want to deal with that. Also, he loves the dark. When he's in the recording studio creating music, he often keeps the lights off, and the sunglasses can reduce the glare from camera flashes, protecting his eyes. As his fan base grew, sunglasses became his signature look. No wonder the rapper Future always wears sunglasses. He's trying to hide a physical secret behind those shades. Back in 2011, Future started to have a preference for sunglasses. At first, he just wore them occasionally.
For the main combo, you'll just need Throne activated to search DLotus. For the main combo, you'll just need Throne activated to search DLotus. Normal summon it. Activate to tribute to summon Spirit of Yubel from deck. Activate to set Nightmare Pain from deck. Activate it. Use its effect to pop Spirit of Yubel to search for Grave Squirmer. This triggers Spirit to summon Yubel from deck. Don't activate Throne yet. Special summon Grave Squirmer and destroy Yubel, which triggers to summon Terror Incarnate. But don't activate the field spell yet. Link into Cross Sheep. Summon Phantom of Yubel where Cross Sheep is pointing by shuffling Yubel and Terror Incarnate, which triggers Cross Sheep to summon DLotus. Link it and Phantom into Lord of Yama. Activate to search Sharvara. Link into a 2-material Apollousa. Activate Squirmer Engrave to revive Spirit. Activate Sharvara in hand to destroy Spirit to summon itself. Activate all 3. Yama revives Spirit, don't destroy. Throne summons Terror Incarnate. And Spirit of Yubel summons Yubel. Link Sharvara and Terror Incarnate into Soul of Rage. Sharvara sets Escape from deck. X sees into Varotas, which is your Omni Negate. And now summon Phantom of Yubel. This end board has 2 monster negates with Apollousa, monster negate with Phantom, Soul of Rage link with an opponent's monster, which summons Little Knight, which banishes a card on summon then banishes a monster. Varudras is an omni-negate and maybe also destroy another card, for a total of 7 to 8 disruptions if you consider Varudras 2 disruptions. Keep in mind you can't activate escape to pop a card, since Yama isn't engraved to revive Soul of Rage. Now for the best combo which ends on 10 disruptions, you'll need Beckoning Beast or Spirit Gates, plus Nightmare Throne, normal summon Beckoning Beast, activate to search for Spirit Gates. Activate it, search for anything. Activate Nightmare Throne, search for D-Lotus. Extra normal summon it, activate it to tribute itself to summon Spirit of Yubel from deck. Activate it to set Pain from deck. Activate it. Use its effect to pop Spirit of Yubel to search for Grave Squirmer. This triggers both Spirit and Nightmare Throne. Throne searches and summons Terror Incarnate, while Spirit summon Yubel from deck. Link Yubel and Terror Incarnate into Cross Sheep. Summon Phantom of Yubel by shuffling Yubel and D-Lotus. Make sure to keep Terror Incarnate engraved. We'll need him at the very end of the combo. Summon to where Cross Sheep is pointing. Special summon Grave Squirmer. Link Beckoning Beast and Grave Squirmer into Lord of Yama. Chain link one Lord of Yama to Chain Block. In case some smartass was saving his hand trap for this moment, chain link to Cross Sheep. Cross Sheep summons anything from Grave, while Yama searches Sharvara. Link everything into a 4 material Appaloosa. Activate Grave Squirmer Engrave to summon Spirit of Yubel. Activate Sharvara in hand to pop Spirit and summon itself. Activate both. Yama summons Spirit from Grave. Spirit summons Yubel from deck. Activate Spirit Gates to discard Beckoning to summon anything. Link with it and Sharvara into Soul of Rage. Sharvara sets Escape from deck. Xyz with both Yubels into Varudras. And finally summon Phantom of Yubel using the Terror Incarnate I told you to leave in your grave. This end board has 4 Appaloosa monster negates. Monster negate with Phantom. Soul of Rage to link with opponent's monster into 2 Little Knight banishes, Varudras Omni negate, and also destroy another card. For a total of 9 to 10 disruptions. Escape isn't a disruption, unfortunately. You'll only use Escape if Soul of Rage was somehow negated with a card like Droplet, for example. And here's what I mean with Varudras. It can negate something, then destroy something else, so it can be 2 disruptions sometimes. If you have Beckoning Beast and Spirit, do this combo: normal summon Beckoning, search for Spirit Gates. Activate it to search for Chaos Summoning Beast. Extra normal summon it, link into Cross Sheep.
For that deck. It all demons.
They were the very definition of the calamities of this world, an inescapable absurdity. They deceived humans in all sorts of ways, and by extracting and disposing of their souls, they turned them into living puppets. For those creatures that only saw the need for obedient tools, souls stained with sin were disposable. Those who stole and those who were stolen from. Ironically, both existed in an egalitarian way. And that being the case, for a girl who had everything stolen from her, a struggle to steal everything began. The mysterious sinful spoils. Enticed souls extracted by demons.
There's only one beer left. Rappers screaming all in our ears like we're deaf. Tempt me, do a number on a label. Beat up all the MCs and drink them under the... There's only one beer left. Rappers screaming all in our...
True power never screams. From Sun Tzu to Machiavelli, the greatest masters of strategy have revealed an ancient secret. Real control belongs to those who remain in the shadows, in absolute silence. It's an art so sophisticated that even today, true manipulators use it, not by instinct, but because there's a precise science behind silence as an instrument of dominance. Have you ever stopped to think how silence, often seen as an absence of something, can actually be one of the greatest sources of power? In a world that constantly bombards us with information and noise, silence stands out as an oasis of reflection and strategy. It's no coincidence that great thinkers, from Sun Tzu to Machiavelli, emphasized the importance of knowing when to be silent and how to use silence to your advantage. Real power often lies not in shouting your goals to the four winds, but in remaining reserved, observing, and planning carefully. Think about that moment when you shared an idea before it was fully mature and how that might have diminished its impact or given other people the chance to use it.
Vagabond. Vagabond, one of the greatest manga of all time, a masterpiece of storytelling and art. So why hasn't it gotten an anime adaptation? Well, there's a good reason. Actually, there are several. Let's break it down. First off,
Hey, my beautiful people. I want to
Hamilton delivers an impressive performance in the Pirelli test. Stay until the end, and I'll tell you everything. Subscribe only if you want Hamilton to win his 8th World Championship and be crowned as the greatest driver in history. Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari, the pairing that has electrified the motorsport world, sending shockwaves through every corner of the F1 paddock. Ever since the seismic announcement of his move to the Scuderia, anticipation has been feverish. Fans are divided between those who believe Hamilton will bring the ultimate glory back to Maranello and those who see a
These here are two of my most prized pieces in my whole.
In today's video, you're going to see a stunning reality.
What if there was an 8th Hermetic law, hidden for centuries, waiting to be discovered? Very few people make it this far. If you found this video, it wasn't by chance. Since ancient times, alchemy has been hidden in plain sight. But for this lost law to reveal itself, you must pass through the 7 portals of alchemy. Each portal represents a transformation. Each one destroys an illusion, and if you've made it here, it means you're already on the path. But before you continue, there's something you need to understand. If you cross this portal, your perception will never be the same again. Are you ready? Before we go deeper, you need to know one thing. Alchemy has always been a secret path. Not because it was hidden, but because few were ready to see it. It doesn't happen outside, in books, rituals, or ancient symbols. It happens within. An invisible, silent process where everything you thought you were is destroyed, transformed, and reborn. But this journey doesn't happen all at once. There's no shortcut. The ancients knew this. Great masters, initiates of mystery schools, left clues, maps, signs. They called this journey the Great Work, but it was never something fixed. For each person, the path is unique, but there's one thing in common for all who awaken: the portals.
In today's video, you're going to see a stunning reality check delivered to the world's #1 chess player, Magnus Carlsen, by the 13-year-old record-shattering Turkish chess genius Yaz Erdogmez, who in a recent series of 12 blitz games against Magnus scored no less than 4 wins, 2 of which we're going to be taking a look at today. Why 2? Well, because they're both so brilliant, I couldn't decide which one to show you. And these 2 games were actually played consecutively. Yaz beat Magnus twice in a row, so I don't know how long Magnus expects to occupy his highly coveted chess throne, but when he gets dominated the way he does in the games you're about to see by someone who is still 5 years away from becoming an adult, it's got to be a bit sobering. But enough said, let's get into it. In this first game, Magnus Carlsen is playing white and he opens with e4. To which Yaz replies d5, busting out the Scandinavian defense against his Scandinavian opponent. What could be more brash? Magnus, of course, responds with the strongest move, e takes d5, so that after queen takes d5, he gets knight to c3 with tempo on the black queen, which Yaz slides over to a5. This is known as the classical variation, and it's the most popular line to this day. Next, we get some mainest of mainline book moves with d4, knight to f6, knight to f3, very standard stuff. Bishop to f5, getting outside the pawn chain, ready to play e6 to free the dark squared bishop shortly. Knight to e5 next from Magnus. These two are playing a game of chicken to see who's going to deviate from the main line first. We have c6, which is the top engine move and top human move in the position. And in case you're wondering what makes this move so undisputedly best, well, its main purpose is to give the black queen a much needed escape route in view of the move knight to c4. When without access to c7 or d8, that black queen would be running.
Let's start with the new decks first. If you're playing against White Forest, make sure to use Ash and Imperm on a Stellar if that's what they normal summoned. However, if they summoned Sylvie, then save your Ash for LZ. Make sure to never Imperm their Synchros if they have Sylvie or Rusha engraved since they can dodge it. Ghost Ogre should be used on Toy Box or on True Dea depending on which version they're playing. Bestial can be used on a Stellar when it's trying to revive itself.
God is the source.
Yeah.
We are the resource.
Okay.
What we create is the asset.
Mm.
Well, hello there, friends.
Leonardo da Vinci was a true Renaissance genius.
The Sicilian defense is the most aggressive opening for...
Hello, and today we're going to go over why we're not going to run more than 7 playsets maximum in our decks ever again. And no...
Howdy folks, welcome back. Okay, I have not touched sketching form in some time now. So you'll see that the drawing on my paper is half finished for a reason. So it's broken up into 3 spots. You have this character that I drew where the top is, it has scales, there's shading, there's some detail in there. You can really see what's going on. And then you have the part of the head where there is some shading, like a coating of graphite. I'm at the point now where I do so many passes, I just see if it looks good. If it doesn't look good yet, then I just don't do it anymore. I'll stop the passes. Okay, so like right in here at the mouth crease, I'm going to have to put...
Hello. There's so much to learn in chess, but every time you learn a new chess concept or tactic, you improve your chances to win a game of chess. Today's chess concept is...
Where is the real you? I'm not talking about the person you present to the world, but that silent presence that observes your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. That sense that there is some
South calls, head strike from blue to red. 4 points for blue fighter.
Match blue, 12-5.
Hey guys, Will here. So we're back again today with what I think must be the... We have come across a couple of wheelbases in the past on the fly.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth.
To Blue Vortex, Kishimoto slowly revealed.
In the say I love when Kodak sober. Change sober. I love sober.
The wrong thing. Take a seat next to him. Take a seat next to him.
I don't throw this term out often, but the end is here. And the last time I said this was when Tier Elements first came out in Master Duel. But now, something that just came out made Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in the end times once again.
We're in the end game now.
Ladies and gents, I'm talking about one guy and one guy only. His name is Fiendsmith Engraver. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Master Duel video...
Did you say Fiendsmith Engraver? Did you not?
Yo, why? Okay, Steven. When I say pendulums, you show up. When I say Fiendsmith Engraver, you show up. Why are you here, bro? Why?
I am Fiendsmith Engraver. Okay. Did you win a YCS with Fiendsmith in your deck? I want a YCS with Fiendsmith in my deck.
I actually want a YCS with Fiendsmith in my deck too.
Oh.
Come on.
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Martian!
The Heart of the Cards is a meaningful aspect of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, illustrating a connection between duelist and deck that allows them to pull just what they need in the most critical situations.
You can kill a revolutionary. You can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
How's it going, YouTube? Commissioned here with another video, and today, guys, what I bring to you is you know what I mean?
All of the black magic that has been sent your way has been returned to sender multiplied by 10 times. The people who send you black magic are in the worst position of their lives. They have gone completely broke. Some are about to lose their homes. Some are about to be in the streets. And you're going to have some of them trying to come back asking you for help because they see you're doing much better than them. They think you're so naive and gullible that you're going to fall for their sweet talk, that all they have to do is say, I'm sorry if you thought I mishandled you and mistreated you. They won't even apologize. A real apology would be, I know I messed up. I'm sorry I did that to you. It won't happen again. But instead, they're going to tell you, I'm sorry if you feel like I mishandled you or mistreated you, implying that they didn't do anything. But even if they came back with the correct apology, you're not taking them back and you're not going to help them. Because everything you have now, you had to go through the trenches to get it. You had to be out there and getting your hands dirty, putting blood, sweat, and tears into what you do to gain your success. You're not about to just fork it over, especially to these people. You're not forking it over to anyone, let alone these people. Because you know that a lot of people don't appreciate what you do for them. So you learned your lesson. And you're just working for yourself now. You're working towards your retirement. You're working towards improving your life. You're not about to hand over everything you've worked for to a bunch of people who thought you were a nobody, who talked down on your name, who downplayed you, who never celebrated you, who stole your ideas, who stole your personality. You're not about to help these people. This is part of their bad karma. Part of their bad karma is to come for you and ask you for help and then get denied. That's part of their bad karma. Because they never imagined in a million years they would need to come to you for help. They thought they were always going to be in a good position and in a position where they could continue talking down on you. But now, you know, they're so demotivated that they're not even talking about you nearly as much as they used to. Every now and then they'll tell somebody you're doing black magic on them, but your name is not in their mouth day and night like before. They still stalk you, but they're so deflated now. They're so defeated and they don't know what to do because they've tried every trick in the book. They've tried Googling spells. They've hired practitioners from all over the world. They've spent thousands and thousands of dollars trying to take you down, trying to put money spells on you, trying to keep you isolated, trying to, you know, get your car to break down. But you've been protected the whole time. You've been protected. When you walked away from these people, your protection went up. Your protection went up because they were bringing you down. Emotionally and vibrationally, they were bringing you down. And because you were in a low vibration, their black magic in the past would work on you. And then when you walked away from them, they increased their black magic to basically paralyze you. They wanted to send you to a mental institution so they could tell everybody that you were crazy for walking away from them. But when you were in their lives, they were still doing black magic on you because you were outshining them, because you were more intelligent than them, you were more crafty, you were more creative. So they had you next to them and they were watching their black magic work on you. But when you had enough and walked away, they thought all they had to do was increase their black magic to just stifle your growth. But the opposite happened. You became much more. You grew, you prospered, and you became your joyous and most highest self possible. And now all they can do is watch you prosper, and all they can do is wish they never mishandled you. Till tomorrow, take care and have a good one.
Alright guys, pleasant good morning. Wagwan. Yeah man, I don't know say me and the little one I go on some fishing trip, you know. The man I go teach her for fishing today, you know. So you say Clay, you wanna learn?
Me know how to do it already.
Alright, if I rooster here that the man sitting wrong. You see me? So guys, me stop and show her a little thing. See it here? We call it bean courage, guys. You see that there? Is a terrible something. Guys, if you make that catch your skin, you will scratch off all your skin off of your body. You see me I say? So me a teach her say anytime she see that, she should not touch it. You see me? But me and her up on a journey same way. I go on a fish bush. Go on, baby. See bush I take away your rod. Go on. Hold it straight now. Yeah. You say catch fish? How much you want to catch? At the same time, I cook them for you, you know? You want to fry them or what?
Fry them.
Fry them? Alright. Now you hear that, guys? So she say, I have to fry them. So, I'm going to stay tuned. Now you hear, guys? I'm going to teach her. Whisper. If you see one fish in there, you jump in there.
Yes.
You bad, sir? Hmm? Yes, you bad, sir? So guys, she said if she see a fish in a canal over there, so the canal right there, so she said she would jump inside of it to catch the fish. You see me? Yeah, man. She happy, you know, guys. See there? She excited, you know. You happy? Alright. Yeah, big herb. Alright, guys, so a time to dig some worm, you know. Yeah, man, we're gonna look some earthworm, and we use the earthworm them as bait. So my little princess started digging already. Yeah, man. She not afraid of nothing, you know, people. Yeah, man, she not afraid of nothing, just like our pops, you know. Yeah, man, but anyway, we're gonna dig up some bait, guys, and we could see what go on. Hmm?
Swamp germs.
You can't see germs?
Yeah.
You can't see germs, baby. That is a worm. That is a cockpit worm.
You can't touch him.
Eh?
Can't touch him.
Can't touch him, no? See one worm there?
It's bad.
See him there. Hold on, wait now. Let me take him up. That's not, you're not bursty. Wait. I went there. See him there? You're both.
We got buffs.
That's why I said I'm so sorry.
I'm on here.
It's okay, I'll grab my loot. That's Inkyo in them. Okay. Guys, crack the bullet.
I can.
Was up top.
Top where?
I'm top. Right here.
Oh, obviously top, but top where? Top left.
Lower.
Down. Green ping.
I only have a sniper for some reason. How to sub now? But yeah, Gabe.
One shot on me. There's single floor. Yes. Three.
Oh, I just fucked up. Oh, I got one. I'm getting out.
Down one. Down two.
Nice. Somebody sub.
Flanking me right now. Flanking me. Oh my god. Two flanked me. I don't even know where they came from, bro.
Carlos, Alex, great to see you and great to see you both in. Carlos, Alex, great to see you and great to see you both.
Week, like it went wild, but sometimes I think
off the
watching right now.
They getting a little like disoriented.
Yeah, man. Them a go up in a hill. You look good, man, you know?
Hey peeps, morning again, you know. Pana go hunt, you see it? Yeah, man. So, only just stay tuned for that.
Madridistas, noche especial en el Santiago.
bad or anything.
It's just not your
but
controller.
Not only is it not his controller, but there's 2 notches.
Got top 64 at Genesis 1.
You know whose fault it was for me not.
Hey, I'm good. This game was awesome.
He has a chance to do it here, and this is a good matchup for him now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is. I mean, there was definitely discourse about this match. Got top 64.
No way.
He has a chance to do it here, and this is a good matchup for him now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is. I mean, there was definitely discourse about this matchup during some parts of
previous Genesis.
Yeah, in terms of just like Puff Peach in general. But oh my God, before we go into our next set, we gotta check out
Battle of BC.
Another amazing tournament happening soon. It'll be Battle of BC I don't know.
Five.
Seven.
Yeah.
Happening March 28th to 30th. One of the best Melee tournaments. One of the best tournaments just in general. So definitely use Genesis code for $10 off. Go to battleofbc.com. You know, Deer and the team just do an amazing job. They step it up every single year. Vancouver, a great city as well. So, you know, definitely check them out if you have the opportunity. Already got some hitters here. You got Zane, got Cody, got Jmook, Amsa, Nunn. Leffen? Oh my god. Yeah, definitely check that out.
You don't say. Yeah, Battle of BC happening this upcoming March. You're not going to want to miss it, and there's the code on the screen that you just saw to get a discount. So.
But before we get into grand finals, we gotta throw to an amazing person, Stude, on the mic here. Take it away, Stude.
I don't think anyone could have expected this as our grand finals, and we have two distinct possibilities. One, a solo Peach takes home first for the first time since 2017. And on the other, Hungrybox takes home his first Super Major in almost 3 years. So I want to know, are you ready? Let's see what happens.
Oh my god, and we got grand finals here at Genesis X2, and what a grand finals is going to be. Dude, I introed it better than we could. That was amazing.
I'm like on the verge of tears. Like the amount of like nostalgia I'm feeling of like, it's crazy, right? We talked about the Puff Peach. Maybe it's a sleeper matchup or whatever, but we've not seen something like this of this caliber in how many years?
Dude, Genesis 1 was Puff Peach, and now at the spawn of a new decade of Genesis, we're back. Grand finals.
I
Peach
can't
Puff.
believe it. I mean, you couldn't have written a better story if you tried. Triff coming from out of nowhere. Once again, using a controller that is not his.
My god.
To make it all the way to grand finals. Like Stu had said, the first time a solo Peach has been represented to win a tournament since the days of Armada.
Since the EVO 2017, I believe, is the last time that a solo Peach has won. Yeah, of course, shoutouts to Armada. The legend Armada.
Now
I'm
here's
sure
the thing.
watching.
We gotta address the elephant in the room here, Vish.
Okay.
Buckle up.
Okay.
Because we might be here for a while.
Oh, hey.
We might be here for a while.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it both literally and figuratively. I think this matchup actually is a lot of fun to watch.
It is.
And I think just the endurance for these top players to be able to play these kind of sets and go the distance is definitely a sight to behold.
These two have played in recent memory. Riptide 2024, it was a 3-0 for Hungrybox. Unsure how many of those might have gone to time. We had talked earlier in Triff's winners trounce through this bracket that Triff kind of doesn't mind the bad parts of Melee. He's kind of cool with it. He kind of likes it, actually.
Hey, check out this amazing trophy that one of these two players is going to be getting. But speaking to your point that, no stranger to playing that kind of style, the last set they played at Riptide, all 3 games were Dreamland.
Yeah.
So they were down to start Dreamland and just go right to that kind of game, that kind of play style right off the bat. There's no there's no warm ups. They were just like, let's just go, let's do what we're expected to do.
We'll warm up in the game.
Yeah, we'll just do it like here.
This has a lot of insane implications. As Stu said, history is going to be made one way or another, right? So it's crazy to think about.
And overall, this is one of the tougher matchups, I think, for Peach.
I agree.
A lot of Peaches, I think, would agree. Even we've talked a lot about Armada because it's such a historic Peach in this tournament series, and even Armada went to like Young Link at one point, and then going to Fox for this particular matchup. So, I think a lot of Peaches have made a lot of headway in this matchup. The person that comes to mind is Laud, doing super well in this 100%. Matchup, right? Like using the differing turnip distances that you can do in neutral, like being able to like throw turnips while turning around. It goes like a little bit further, like throwing them in the air, like differing like the timings of your turnips. I think that's going to be the name of the game here, and already a different start than the previous set they had, starting on FD here.
We're underway for grand finals, folks. This is going to be a long one, potentially.
Oh, baby. Oh, in the pound. doesn't really.
Honestly, like optimal, the most insane punish that Triff could have gotten there too, with just a couple hits of down smash.
I thought Pound Rest was coming out. Okay, yeah, just spot dodging it. Like we said, it's going to be a battle of endurance and a war of attrition here.
Oh yeah, for sure. First stock matters a lot in this matchup as well. I mean, there were so many discussions that it spanned, you know, hours and hours of people typing away on Twitter or whatever. I know Tafo had posted stuff about Peach gets meter in this matchup. You know, you can fish for Stitch faces if Hungrybox is going to give that space. But by and large, I'm with you. I think this matchup is really hard for Peach.
Oh, definitely. It's all about finding those positions where you can get the turnip and then making the most out of it. Like, even there, like throwing the turnip, you know, like kind of prevents Jigglypuff from going from that particular brain of where the turnip is being thrown. And then from there, you can kind of play a different kind of neutral. I think doing that kind of style and then forcing the Puff in certain situations is nice. What a fast up there.
Yep. And that was a big facet of how Lod was able to take a handful of wins over Hungrybox in this matchup. I think their head-to-head is like 9-4 in favor of HBox, but Lod was still able to get a few.
Yeah, which is huge in this matchup. You know it's possible, at least from Triff's end, right? You've seen it done before, which I think is a big thing in Melee, knowing that one of your Peach brethren was able to do it. I think goes a long way for your like mentality going into a set like this.
So here's the interesting thing about FD as a start here, Bish, because Lod had leveraged this counter pick pretty well in their matchups, and a big reason is because there's no platforms, upward thrown turn-ups force HBox into weird drift patterns.
Right.
So I want to see more of that from Triff. Got to see more of that hyperfloat, subfloat up air as well.
Ooh, okay. There's the turnip players. Clank! The frying pan.
He's cooking.
Yeah, the turnips with the frying pan. I see what you did there. Oh, okay. Jigglypuff's throw, not good. Not the greatest, but you know, Puff is trying.
Triff's taking the lead, and this is so interesting to me too because HBox is kind of bringing the aggression towards him.
Oh God, and I mean, you know, HBox is in loser side, so it's going to be 2 arduous sets.
Oh yeah.
If HBox was to win this, so Triff already a nice little lead for Triff. I like that. Even there, if you trade, it's still a good spot for HBox. Putting out Light Shield so you don't have to deal with the mix-ups here. I like that. So when HBox is kind of getting close with like Nair and back air, Triff is putting out Light Shield and then rolling as opposed to like
I think that's
the
like
back
extraordinarily safe too is the thing.
Right. Those kind of situations are going to net a lot. Dude, that up air is fast.
Yeah.
Doesn't say how long, but it's fast.
So you do the hyper float is basically this like burst movement forward that you can do to catch HBox with a undershoot on some of these short aerials.
Yeah.
It'll KO on the stage at like 100 or something.
And it's a very technically difficult thing to do from the Peach's end to have that kind of burst off the float. So anytime you see Peach doing that, you know, it's definitely high-tech skill.
Yeah, and you can notice that the dress kind of like sinks into the stage is how you can pick up when it comes through.
There's also like a sound cue as well.
Right.
That kind of like sound, you know, that the Peach is doing the float. Like that one, that sound effect. That HBox has won!
Yeah, I think I did it right. Chat, does this look right? Did I do it correctly? I'm thinking with like my inner state. I want to be calm and I want to be in it to have like fun enough where like I don't get any sort of flustered when I'm holding down, mashing the C stick down, and it doesn't automatically get me to stop. Like I guess it's in like the Falco matchup. Definitely not a Peach, you know, you, you definitely can't have any of that. but like I also want to be like locked in enough, like at least on notice, like when I get a hit, to land more moves into even more moves into taking a stock. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that's one of the best.
True.
And I think that's one of the best ones.
Anyone could have
Steve's talking.
expected this as our grand finals, and we have two distinct possibilities. One, a solo Peach.
I think Axe is definitely one of those players that has just been there. I think Axe is definitely one of those players that has just been there from the start, from the beginning, right? No.
I have with it though, every time Salt starts introducing that type of movement, she always has been ending it with the grab in this set.
Right.
And I think HBox is fine.
Por ahí, Gans. Su cycle again. Bueno, ya arrancó esto, ya arrancó esta shit. Clouder contra Pomf. Fucking finals. Me olvidé de estudiar todo acá.
King of Fighters.
Vish, let's get into our top.
Don't like that. Kendrick says, "F the big three. It's just big me."
The big three. It's just big me. We just let that pass, and it was interesting because just as men, just as kings, how would we let that idea pass? You know, I'm the greatest that ever existed, and other people, you know, they shouldn't feel that way because I'm here. Yeah. But you know, every man, you know, is gonna feel that they're the number one in the game, but there's different techniques. Like if you rap against Kendrick, you will lose. This man does this specifically, you know, on Street Fighter, get like a Chun-Li, get a certain kick, and no matter what, you can't beat that thing. You rap against Kendrick Lamar, it's a difficult task, but perhaps it's something, you know what I'm saying? I'm a psycho genius.
There you have it. Do not rap against Kendrick Lamar.
Unless you're a psycho genius
Unless
like me.
you're a psycho genius like Ye. Don't like that. Kendrick says, "F the big three. It's just big me."
The big three. It's just big me. We just let that pass, and it was interesting because just as men, just as kings, how would we let that idea pass? You know, I'm the greatest that ever existed, and other people, you know, they shouldn't feel that way because I'm here. But you know, every man, you know, is gonna feel that they're the number one in the game, but there's different techniques. Like if you rap against Kendrick, you will lose. This man does.
Ferrari's gone big with what it's calling.
Today I have for you.
Welcome.
Hi and welcome, guys. Castle.
GT7.
What's up, guys? This is Miasin, and today we'll be going over the best budget decks that you can play right.
A few months.
What's
Obi-Wan Kenobi without a doubt knew that Anakin and Padme had entered into a relationship that was forbidden for any Jedi. He had done so by observing Anakin's behavior. His protectiveness and emotional attachment to Padme often went beyond what was expected of any Jedi. Obi-Wan noticed these uncharacteristic behaviors such as Anakin's distress when Padme was in danger, and his frequent visits to her as the Clone Wars began. He had shared a deep bond with Anakin as his mentor and friend. This connection gave him insight into Anakin's turmoil and feelings about Padme. He was trained to sense emotions, and Anakin's attachment was not well hidden at all. But despite all of this, despite knowing about the relationship, Kenobi did not take any action. Out of compassion for Anakin and Padme, as well as a hope that Anakin would eventually overcome this attachment, grow beyond it, and truly embrace his role as the Chosen One. However, the relationship and its secrecy played a critical role in Anakin's eventual fall and embrace of the dark side. The signs were there. Obi-Wan Kenobi should have said something, and yet he decided not to. Even as a member of the Jedi High Council. As a member of the High Council, he kept one of the darkest secrets from them, that Anakin had a secret attachment, one that was motivating him to do things that no Jedi should. And Kenobi refused to divulge this to even Yoda. So why was this? Why did Obi-Wan keep Anakin's dark secret? And why did this prove to be a massive mistake? This is extremely important in the lore because it shows Obi-Wan Kenobi actively choosing Anakin over the High Council, showing that despite what he would later be accused of, Obi-Wan was loyal to Anakin. Obi-Wan had a deep bond with the boy, not only just as his mentor, but as a close friend. He understood the boy's struggles with attachment and wanted to protect him from severe consequences. Reporting this relationship to the High Council would have put Anakin in conflict directly with Yoda and the rest of the members, potentially leading to Anakin's expulsion from the Jedi Order, which was Obi-Wan Kenobi's greatest fear. It was his master's dying wish that the boy be trained as a Jedi, and Obi-Wan would do almost anything to avoid this, although in the end, he would leave it up to Anakin. He also had great belief though in Anakin's raw potential. He believed that Anakin as the Chosen One had a unique destiny and could overcome any personal challenge in the end. Kenobi may have hoped that Anakin would either come to terms with his feelings or resolve the situation without his intervention. Obi-Wan, beyond anybody else, believed in the boy. But it goes even deeper than this. Obi-Wan had formed his own attachments, though he could control them. An attachment to Anakin, but also one to Padme. He had a great deal of respect and affection for Padme. Revealing the relationship would do unspeakable damage to Padme's reputation, as well as her stance as a senator. Obi-Wan believed that the fallout would be overly political and unnecessary and cruel. And as a Jedi, Obi-Wan also believed he was adhering to the Jedi Code by not ratting on Anakin. While it is true the Jedi are forbidden from forming any meaningful attachment, they are encouraged to practice compassion. Obi-Wan's silence stemmed from his own interpretation of the Jedi Code, prioritizing compassion and understanding over strict adherence to the rules. And that, my friends, is why Obi-Wan Kenobi was such a phenomenal Jedi. He adhered strictly to the Force and the Jedi Code, at least at the times in his life when it was most important. While it was true he was not as efficient at doing this as Qui-Gon Jinn had been, Obi-Wan Kenobi had learned, and he was very much like Qui-Gon Jinn, meaning that he was not very much like the Jedi of the time, but of a bygone era. An era where the Jedi listened strictly to the Force, believed in compassion and restraint over politics and rules. Kenobi is truly the apprentice of Qui-Gon Jinn. Another major reason he didn't reveal the relationship, however, was by the time Kenobi confirmed, the Jedi Order had entered into an era of great strain. The Clone Wars were now ongoing, and suspicions of a Sith conspiracy within the Republic were also growing. Adding the revelation of Anakin's secret marriage would distract from the immediate concern. And Kenobi believed that winning the Clone Wars was far more important than any relationship that Anakin had at the time. Obi-Wan's decision not to inform the Council was driven by his hope that Anakin would resolve his own internal conflict. Unfortunately though, this would contribute to Anakin's eventual fall to the dark side. His relationship with Padme created a powerful conflict between his personal desire and that of the Jedi Code. Anakin developed a fear of loss, inciting recurring visions. He experienced prophetic visions of Padme dying in childbirth, mirroring the earlier trauma of losing his mother, and reigniting his deep fear of losing all that he loved. He was also manipulated by Palpatine. Sidious exploited Anakin's fear, promising him the power to prevent this death through the dark side, and Anakin's desperation made him susceptible. It also was conflicting directly with the Jedi Council and the Code, one of Anakin's deep fears, another reason why Obi-Wan refused to reveal it. The Jedi Code forbade attachment, and as it led to fear, anger, selfishness, emotions that fueled the darkness. Anakin's marriage to Padme was a violation of this principle, and only added more to his isolated feelings from his Jedi peers. He had also developed a deep mistrust of the High Council. He knew the Council didn't understand him, and his frustration grew when they denied him the rank of Jedi Master, with his relationship only deepening his feelings of alienation. Through Padme, Anakin also worked on ends justify the means. By allying himself with Palpatine and betraying the Jedi Order, his fear of losing her blinded him to all of the consequences of the choices he was making at the time. And although he would come to grips with them later as Vader, this was Anakin's first step. And finally, Windu's death. Anakin's attachment to Padme directly influenced his critical decision to intervene during Windu's confrontation with Sidious. Believing that Palpatine was the only hope to save Padme, Anakin attacked Windu, sealing his fall to the dark side. The tragic irony of it all is despite all of his efforts to save his wife, Anakin's turn to the dark side was the very cause of her death. His actions to prevent the prophecy ultimately fulfilled it, leading to immense guilt and solidifying his transformation into the dragon that Anakin was going to burn. Anakin's fall begins with his choice to betray the Jedi, driven by fear and desperation to save his wife from the death that he foresaw. While he strikes down Windu in allegiance to Palpatine, he destroys the ideals that he once upheld. In that moment, the compassionate, brave Jedi is now consumed by fear, anger, and self-loathing. His new title, Darth Vader, is bestowed upon him not as a reward, but as a mark of his submission to the Sith. Anakin dies not in a literal sense, but spiritually and emotionally. He abandons the light for the dark side. The fiery duel with Kenobi on Mustafar physically ravages him, symbolizing the destruction of everything that he once was. As his body is consumed by flames, so too are his dreams, his morality, and his humanity. Vader is born of pain and loss, where he rises and encased in a suit of armor, breathing through the ominous respirator. He embodies his new existence. He is no longer Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi who dreamed of bringing balance to the Force. He is now a broken man, enslaved to the will of another, shackled to his guilt, rage, and his grief. When Vader learns of Padme's death, caused indirectly by his own actions, his anguish is unparalleled. As he screams no, this reverberates not only a cry of sorrow, but the final echo of Anakin Skywalker, now utterly buried beneath Lord Vader's relentless darkness. The transformation is the culmination of Palpatine's manipulation and a cautionary tale about the destructive power of fear and attachment. Vader is born from the ashes of Anakin's shattered ideals, a symbol of how even the most heroic figures can be consumed by darkness within. And that, my friends, is the end of today's Holocron. May the Force guide you always in your journey ahead. As you leave the archives today, know that the knowledge here remains ever at your service, a beacon of wisdom for all Jedi. May your steps be steady, your path illuminated, and your purpose unwavering. Safe travels, and may the Force be with you.
Yo everybody. What's up everyone? This is Oscar from Underdog, and today let's...
Dude, imagine playing that on Warzone.
Oh, what? Look at this!
The world's most hated gym is Planet Fitness. It is.
The pawn. In the world of chess, it is the most humble piece on the board. Small, seemingly insignificant, often viewed as expendable. But what if that perception is wrong? What if the true power of the pawn lies not in its immediate might, but in its potential to change the course of the game? The pawn, with its limited movement and vulnerability, challenges our understanding of power. It embodies the paradox of weakness and strength, a microcosm of the human condition. It is this duality that Adolf Anderssen, one of the most celebrated chess masters of the 19th century, brilliantly revealed through his daring and unconventional approach to the game. Anderssen's legendary Immortal Game against Lionel Kieseritzky in 1851 is often cited as one of the most brilliant displays of chess strategy in history. It was a game in which Anderson willingly sacrificed powerful pieces, including his queen and 2 rooks, for the sake of one goal, positioning his pawns in a way that would ultimately lead him to victory. In this game, the pawn's journey, its simple march across the board, became a symbol of strategic genius. Anderson's bold sacrifices showed the world that even the smallest, most seemingly powerless piece could, with the right positioning, shift the balance of the entire game. This pawn's dilemma is a metaphor for life itself. How often do we, as individuals, underestimate our own power because we feel small or inconsequential in the grand scheme of things? Like pawns on the chessboard, we are often told to stay in our place, to be quiet, to accept the role given to us. Yet history is full of individuals who, like Anderson's pawns, transformed their circumstances through strategy and resilience. What Anderson's play reminds us is that strength is not always about outward power. It's about recognizing the potential hidden within our limitations and seizing the right moment to turn the tide in our favor. In Anderson's game, his pawns weren't just pieces, they were weapons. They weren't advancing in isolation, but as part of a larger strategic plan. Their true power wasn't in their ability to capture pieces, but in their potential to reach the other side of the board and be promoted into queens. This transformation symbolizes the possibility of transcending one's initial limitations. The pawn's power doesn't come from what it starts as, but from its ability to evolve, through persistence, patience, and the right strategy. Anderson's brilliant sacrifice showed that even the weakest piece, when played with foresight and purpose, can become a force that changes the outcome of the game. In life, too, we often face moments where we must push forward despite the odds, move strategically and quietly, until the moment comes when we can break free from the roles that have been imposed upon us. Like the pawn, it's easy to feel trapped in circumstances or to believe that our small efforts won't matter in the grand scheme. Yet Anderson's game is a reminder that even the smallest movement, when part of a larger plan, can become monumental. The pawn may seem weak, but its potential is immense. As we look ahead, we will explore the ways in which this potential is realized and how others, like Nelson Mandela, used their own moments of apparent weakness to rise to greatness. The pawn's dilemma is not just a question of power. It is a question of possibility and the choice to see weakness as the foundation for strength. Nelson Mandela's life story is one of the most profound demonstrations of psychological resilience the world has ever witnessed. Like a pawn on a chessboard, Mandela seemed destined to be an inconspicuous, expendable piece in the vast game of history. Born into a deeply divided society, imprisoned for 27 years, and subjected to unimaginable hardships, he was initially seen by many as a pawn in the struggle for freedom, a mere player in the larger ideological battle. Yet, like a pawn that, through patience and perseverance, reaches the other side of the board and is promoted to a queen, Mandela's journey was one of personal and political transformation. Mandela's time in prison was, in many ways, a psychological crucible that tested his resilience to the limits. While the physical constraints of his imprisonment were severe, it was the mental and emotional struggles that threatened to break him. At a certain point, many would have given in to despair or sought revenge, but Mandela recognized that his true power lay in his ability to redefine his role. Not just as a prisoner, but as a leader capable of transcending the divisions of his society. He understood that to change the course of history, he first had to change the way he saw himself and the role he played. The experience of being reduced to a pawn in the eyes of the oppressors became, in Mandela's mind, an opportunity to forge his own path and rise above the confines of his circumstances. In the game of chess, pawns are often seen as the weakest pieces, pushed to the front lines with a little regard for their survival. But the very nature of the pawn's journey, its slow, steady march, carries within it a deep lesson of resilience. Much like the pawn, Mandela was pushed to the front lines of history, subjected to a system that dehumanized him. Yet he refused to be consumed by bitterness. His resilience was not simply about enduring his imprisonment. It was about transforming that experience into something powerful. He chose to rise above his circumstances, to use the time to grow, to learn, and to reflect on his role in the larger struggle for freedom. Mandela's resilience wasn't just psychological, it was strategic. In many ways, his time in prison mirrored the strategic movement of a pawn on the chessboard, always advancing, always positioning itself for a moment of transformation. He understood that his freedom, much like the promotion of a pawn, would not come overnight. It would require careful, calculated moves, an understanding of the larger game, and the ability to withstand the inevitable setbacks. His ability to turn his suffering into strength, his anger into wisdom, is a testament to the extraordinary psychological power that can arise from even the most crushing of circumstances. This transformation, just like the pawn's promotion, is a powerful symbol of what can happen when we shift our perception of our own limitations. Mandela showed the world that even in the darkest of moments, there is the possibility of growth, of transcendence. The pawn, which might have appeared insignificant at first, can rise to become a king or queen, changing the course of the game entirely. Mandela's life serves as a profound reminder that no matter how powerless we may feel, the power to change the game lies within us all. The journey from pawn to king is not just about external circumstances, it's about the internal transformation that takes place when we decide to take control of our own narrative. As we continue to explore this concept of transformation, we will see how resilience and sacrifice play out in the world of strategy, and how some must be willing to give up pieces in order to reach the ultimate goal. The pawn, in its quiet march, has the potential to become so much more. Mandela's story shows us that even the most humble beginnings can lead to the most monumental of changes. In the game of chess, sacrifice is often seen as a necessary evil. It is not an act of weakness, but one of profound strategic importance. The grandmasters understand this implicitly. In order to achieve victory, one must sometimes relinquish even the most valuable pieces on the board. Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest chess players in history, demonstrated this philosophy with devastating precision throughout his career. His understanding of when and how to sacrifice pieces, and especially pawns, was a hallmark of his genius. Yet this concept extends far beyond the chessboard. In life, too, the brutal reality of strategy often involves sacrificing something valuable for the greater goal. Kasparov's approach to chess was defined by his willingness to put himself in difficult situations, to make bold sacrifices, and to force his opponents into positions where they had to make equally difficult decisions. He understood that sometimes, to gain an advantage, one must create a sense of danger, putting pressure on the opponent by sacrificing a pawn or even a queen. In his famous matches, Kasparov would often offer up a piece, seemingly placing himself at a disadvantage, only to later turn the game in his favor with a brilliant counterattack. This strategy, offering up a pawn, was a calculated move to manipulate the flow of the game. The real question, however, is, who are the pawns in our own lives? The people, resources, or opportunities that are sacrificed for the sake of a greater vision. In the world of politics, business, and even personal relationships, we often see people who are sacrificed for the greater good, whether knowingly or unknowingly. It's a harsh truth that many don't want to confront. The idea that for every successful leader, for every victorious cause, there are countless unseen sacrifices along the way. The problem arises when individuals become pawns in a game they don't even realize they're part of, when they are manipulated and discarded without ever having a say in their fate. Yet, just as Kasparov sacrificed pawns to create opportunities, there is a certain agency in this process, if we are aware of it. In life, strategic sacrifice is often about knowing when to let go of something in order to build something better. But it is crucial that we are not blindly sacrificed by others. The key lies in recognizing when we are being used as a pawn in someone else's game, and, perhaps more importantly, knowing how to take control of our own strategy. How do we avoid becoming the pawn that is sacrificed without consent? How do we ensure that the sacrifices we make are done with a greater purpose in mind, rather than as a result of manipulation or exploitation. In the broader context of life's chess game, we must learn to differentiate between being the pawn that is sacrificed for a grander purpose and being the pawn that is exploited for someone else's gain. The challenge is not simply to recognize when sacrifices are necessary, but to ensure that we are not relegated to the position of sacrifice without our consent. We must be strategic in our own lives, understanding when to make sacrifices, and more importantly, when to protect ourselves from being sacrificed by others. Kasparov's mastery of sacrifice, his ability to turn the loss of a piece into a moment of opportunity, teaches us that the key to survival and success is not simply to avoid sacrifice, but to embrace it with purpose. But as we move forward, we must ask ourselves, are we making our sacrifices for a purpose we truly believe in? Or are we being pushed into positions of sacrifice for the benefit of someone else's game? In the world of chess, some grandmasters are known for their bold, aggressive moves, while others are celebrated for their quiet, almost imperceptible mastery. José Raúl Capablanca, one of the greatest chess players of all time, was a master of the latter. His approach to the game was not one of overt aggression, but rather one of subtle, strategic domination. Capablanca's genius lay in his ability to control the flow of the game without ever rushing. Like a pawn slowly advancing across the board, Capablanca's strategy was about positioning, patience, and the careful buildup of power. His calm and composed demeanor often concealed the fierce brilliance beneath, as he carefully manipulated his opponent's moves, waiting for the right moment to strike. Capablanca's play was characterized by an unparalleled understanding of the game's underlying principles. He didn't rely on flashy tactics or dramatic sacrifices, but instead focused on the art of positioning. He was a master of creating seemingly ordinary positions that, with the right moves, would gradually turn into a winning advantage. The pawn, often perceived as the least glamorous piece on the board, played a central role in Capablanca's strategy. To him, the pawn's slow and steady progression was a powerful tool in creating the necessary foundation for an eventual victory. What Capablanca understood, and what many modern grandmasters have since adopted, is that true mastery in chess, and perhaps in life, comes not from the spectacular or the immediate, but from the ability to dominate slowly and steadily, without the need for constant attention or display. Capablanca's calm, strategic approach serves as a powerful reminder of the value of patience and discipline. In a world that often values speed and instant gratification, Capablanca's method was a testament to the quiet strength that comes with steady, deliberate action. His ability to create pressure without being overt was key to his success. Much like the pawn's movement across the board, Capablanca's strategy was a gradual progression toward domination. He didn't rush his pieces into battle, but instead waited for the perfect moment to strike. This slow build-up often left his opponents confused and uncertain, unsure of how to deal with the increasing tension. Capablanca understood that success, both in chess and in life, is often the result of laying the groundwork, making small, incremental steps toward a larger goal. His style showed that, just as the pawn must advance step by step, true dominance comes not from rushing to the end, but from moving forward strategically, quietly, and with purpose. In life, we often find ourselves faced with situations where the loud, quick solutions seem to be the most appealing. Yet, Capablanca's philosophy suggests that the real power lies in patience and strategic restraint. The pawn may seem weak and unassuming, but in the right hands, it can become an unstoppable force. Capablanca's approach shows us that we don't need to shout to be heard. We don't need to rush to succeed. Sometimes the greatest moves are the ones we make slowly, steadily, and with full awareness of their long-term impact. Capablanca's mastery of the chessboard teaches us that slow domination is not about inaction. It is about purposeful movement. The pawn's journey, though slow and unremarkable at first glance, has the potential to shift the game entirely, just as our own quiet efforts can lead to monumental change in our lives. As we continue exploring the mind of the master strategist, we will see how this slow, deliberate approach can also be seen in the brilliance and madness of Bobby Fischer's play. But for now, we can reflect on how Capablanca's quiet mastery, his patient, almost invisible control over the game, reminds us of the power of strategic, calm domination. Bobby Fischer's life was a blend of genius and madness, a whirlwind of brilliance that defied the conventional rules of chess and society. Fischer, often seen as a prodigy in his early years, soon became something more. A rebellious force who challenged not only the structures of chess, but also the very systems that sought to control him. Fischer's relationship with the game of chess, like that of a pawn rising from obscurity, was complicated and fraught with tension. He began as a young, unknown player, but through sheer brilliance and an unyielding obsession with the game, he quickly rose to the pinnacle of chess, overthrowing champions and breaking records along the way. However, Fischer's rise was not one of conformity. He was the pawn that refused to stay in his prescribed role. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Fischer refused to simply accept the status quo of competitive chess. He didn't play by the established rules, he didn't respect the expectations, and he didn't follow the traditional paths to success. He rejected the very system that had allowed him to rise in the first place. Fischer's rebellion was not born from a place of frustration, but from an intense need to prove that he, and only he, could shape his own destiny. In the game of chess, a pawn's value is generally determined by its position and potential for promotion. But Fischer took that idea to the extreme, turning the idea of a pawn into something far more subversive. He didn't just play the game, he changed it. He introduced new strategies, new approaches, and new ways of thinking that often left his opponents struggling to catch up. Fischer's brilliance was that he understood the psychological side of chess in a way no one else did. He would get into the minds of his opponents, destabilizing them before they even made a move, disrupting the very foundations of the game.
6 left over crest, 60, slide right, long, 50, late, 6 left over jump, opens long, and slide left over.
There are people who crawl through life taking years to achieve what could be done in months. And then there are the outliers, the ones who rise so fast it seems almost supernatural. They cut through obstacles like a blade slicing air, leaving the rest of the world wondering, how the hell are they progressing so fast? If you want to be one of them, there's no better teacher than Miyamoto Musashi, the legendary samurai who became undefeated in 61 duels, wrote the Book of Five Rings, and lived by principles so sharp they cut through time itself. This man wasn't just a warrior, he was a master of rapid, ruthless progress. Musashi didn't just get better, he got better faster than everyone else, and that's exactly what you're about to learn how to do. 1. Burn the bridges behind you. No retreat, no distractions. Most people never progress quickly because they always have a way out, a backup plan, a safety net. Musashi never did. At 13 years old, he fought his first duel against a trained samurai. He didn't hesitate. He didn't second-guess himself. He simply had no choice but to win, and he did. That's the kind of mindset you need. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you have to destroy the possibility of failure. Want to get stronger? Lock yourself into a training schedule with no way out. Want to build a business? Invest your money so that failure means financial ruin. Want to master a skill? Make it impossible to quit. Go public with your commitment so backing out would humiliate you. When you have no retreat, your mind rewires itself to find solutions instead of excuses. 2. Learn in the chaos of battle, not the safety of books. Most people love to prepare. They research, they plan, they read every book on the subject before they take action. Musashi didn't do that. He learned in battle. His philosophy was simple. Real learning happens in chaos, not in classrooms, not in theory, not in quiet moments of contemplation, but in the fire of actual experience. If you want to progress at lightning speed, learn by doing. If you want to fight, get into fights. If you want to write, start publishing. If you want to speak, start talking. Seek the battlefield. Stop practicing in comfort. Throw yourself into situations where you must adapt and improve. Make failure your teacher. Every mistake should be a lesson, not a setback. Musashi lost his first battles. He learned, adapted, and became undefeated. 3. Adapt or die, the art of no style. People love rigid systems. They want one way to do things, a formula, a method, a blueprint. Musashi hated that mindset. He never locked himself into a single style. He used 2 swords instead of 1, breaking all traditional samurai rules. He adapted in real time. He changed his approach mid-fight, and that's why he won. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to abandon the idea of one right way. Be flexible. If a method isn't working, change it. Use everything. Mix techniques, strategies, and ideas from different fields. Break the rules. Don't be afraid to do things your own way. The fastest learners are the ones who don't get stuck in a single mindset. They flow like water, shifting and adapting as needed. 4. Cut the fat. Brutal simplicity wins. Speed comes from simplicity. Most people move slowly because they overcomplicate everything. They add layers of unnecessary nonsense to even the simplest tasks. Musashi was a master of cutting away the unnecessary. His fighting style was direct, efficient, and stripped down to the absolute essentials. If you want to progress fast, you must do the same. Eliminate fluff. If something isn't directly improving your skill, get rid of it. Focus on what works. Ignore what doesn't move the needle. Simplify your process. Complexity slows you down. Efficiency speeds you up. Most people fail because they drown in useless motion. They confuse being busy with being productive. Musashi understood that true mastery is about subtraction, not addition. 5. Develop ruthless self-discipline. No one is coming to save you. The biggest lie people believe is that they need motivation, that they have to feel inspired to take action, that they need the perfect conditions to succeed. Musashi didn't believe in that. He lived by discipline, not motivation. He practiced endlessly, trained without excuses. He didn't need someone to push him. He pushed himself. If you want to move faster than anyone else, stop waiting for motivation and force yourself into action. Set a brutal schedule and follow it. Ignore your feelings. They don't matter. Be relentless, even when you don't feel like it. Motivation is a lie. Discipline is everything. 6. Control your mind. Control your speed. Most people are mentally weak. They get distracted. They overthink. They hesitate. Musashi trained his mind like a weapon. He didn't let emotions cloud his judgment. He stayed calm in the face of death. He moved without hesitation. If you want to progress faster than everyone else, kill your distractions. Social media, pointless entertainment, mindless scrolling. These are enemies. Master your emotions. Fear, doubt, anxiety. Cut them down like an enemy in battle. Move without hesitation. Overthinking is just a fancy word for paralysis. Your mind determines your speed. Control it, and you'll move like lightning. 7. Die every day. Rebirth through relentless growth. Musashi lived as if every day was his last. Not in the reckless, foolish way most people imagine, but in the sense that he killed his old self every single day. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to die daily. The weak, undisciplined, slow version of you, kill it. Leave it behind. Recreate yourself every morning. Never stay the same. Constantly evolve. Destroy complacency. The moment you get comfortable, you start dying. Embrace discomfort. Growth only happens at the edge of pain. 8. Master the art of relentless execution. Most people fail because they hesitate, they overthink, they wait for the perfect moment that never comes. Musashi had no patience for hesitation. He lived by relentless execution, striking without delay, moving without second-guessing. If you want to progress faster than anyone else, you need to master the art of taking action immediately, not tomorrow, not when you feel ready. Now, speed kills hesitation. The longer you wait to act, the harder it becomes. When you have an idea, execute it. When you see an opportunity, take it. Train yourself to move first, think later. Failure is fuel, not fear. Most people hesitate because they're afraid of messing up. Musashi understood that every mistake was another step toward mastery. Instead of avoiding failure, chase it, because the faster you fail, the faster you learn. Eliminate decision fatigue. The more choices you have, the slower you move. Simplify your process, reduce your options. Create strict rules for yourself so you don't waste time thinking about what to do. You just
of the game. Yet Fischer's rebellion came with a cost. His refusal to conform, his tendency to reject anything he deemed beneath him, alienated him from the very chess world that had once admired him. He withdrew from public life, refusing to defend his title, and became a controversial figure who was both revered and reviled. Fisher's story is a stark reminder of the price of defiance, the cost of challenging the system, of refusing to be just another pawn in someone else's game. While his genius was undeniable, it was also his undoing. Fisher's refusal to play the game by the rules left him isolated, his legacy tainted by his eccentricities and his inability to connect with the world outside of chess. Bobby Fischer's life and career reflect the complexity of the pawn's journey. A pawn, by definition, is disposable, a mere instrument in the larger game. But what happens when the pawn decides to rebel? When it refuses to be sacrificed for the sake of others? Fischer showed us that sometimes rebellion can lead to greatness, but it can also lead to isolation and madness. His refusal to play by the rules ultimately turned him from a symbol of genius to one of tragedy. The pawn that once appeared destined to be sacrificed became a symbol of defiance, changing the game forever. But in the end, Fischer's story asks us, is it worth it? Is challenging the system, rejecting the rules, worth the personal cost? As we reflect on the brilliant and tragic journey of Bobby Fischer, we are reminded of the complexities that define the human experience. Much like the pawn, we have the potential for greatness, but the question is, what is the price we are willing to pay to reach it? Fischer's journey challenges us to think about the balance between rebellion and conformity, between genius and madness, and between playing by the rules and rewriting the rules altogether. As we move forward in life, we must ask ourselves, are we playing the game or are we changing the game? If you found this video thought-provoking, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to Mirror of Being for more.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth.
At the beginning of the movie,
Welcome to Dawn.
At the beginning of the movie, a former gangster named Oh Tae-sik is returning to his hometown. He has recently been released from prison and has promised to discontinue his old lifestyle. He is still feared and respected in his hometown that he once used to rule. On his way, we see him reading notes written in a tiny notebook. He writes all the little things he wants to do in life in said notebook. On reaching his hometown, he goes to his adoptive mother's restaurant. She is known as the Sunflower Lady in the town.
Get ready for the next battle.
なぜ生きている？あの程度でわしが。Fight. どれ？どれ？セクシーが下げるわ。
This episode is sponsored by Wandrium.
My name is Clinton Jones, and I love creating atmospheric photoreal 3D renders. This full CG environment took me 6 weeks to complete, and stretched my ability as a 3D artist.
从前有座山，山里头有座庙，庙里有个老和尚讲故事。他讲的是什么呢？功夫是个啥？传说有绝学，深山藏秘籍。 觅得一神兵，逍遥闯江湖。炸！
Dude, I'll tell you one thing right now. Making these lo-fi remixes of cartoon theme songs while trying to remain as least corny as possible is a lot harder than you may think. My fellow household appliances, what's good? Welcome back to my learning. See, the piano sounds awful now. 80 is still good. Let's just get rid of some of the notes here. All right, so this is where we're at now. I honestly, I still don't know if I love it, but we're getting somewhere. I added a few instruments or whatever.
Of life that have evolved to withstand these extreme.
Johnny specializes in fighting from mid-range with his arsenal of excellent pokes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz just dropped, and Benny the Butcher just dropped the music video for Oprah and Gayle, My Kylie Girl 2 reaction. Still fighting on the unfair copyright claims on that, but they blocked it. We're still fighting to get it up. But boy, is this one of them. Y'all ready for bars? Listen, Lil Wayne and Benny the Butcher got together. They did a song.
Adobe Medium is a VR sculpting tool that was acquired by Adobe from Facebook in 2019. It's got some amazing tools, some of the best tools I've ever used. There's a thing called the Move tool that I would say is one of my best tools in all of 3D. It's great for doing fast concepts, for doing creatures, characters, environments. So in this video, I'm going to show you the utter basics and how I use it to make a creature like this. Okay, so let's take a look at Adobe Medium then. So this is a sculpting package that's available on at the moment, this is the Oculus Rift S that I'm on. It used to be, and it still is, usable on the Oculus Rift, the previous version, and you're going to be able to use it on the new Quest 2, but only if you tether it to a PC. The Quest 2 won't run this without it being tethered. So don't go buying a Quest 2 thinking that you're going to run this kind of package without having a PC to tether it to. It's a sculpting package, and the essence of it is you spray in the air in front of you, and it gives you basically clay like this. Just with, I'm using my dominant hand, I'm left-handed. This is the main drawing hand or sculpting hand, and it's got the trigger and the grip that you're used to with anything that's done in VR creation tools is done this way. So I'm left-handed, so it doesn't matter because we're going to say dominant or non-dominant. This is my non-dominant hand, my right hand. Yours might be the opposite way around. So the essence of what we're doing with Adobe Medium is that we're building up a shape, and we can edit it in a number of ways. So I can hold down non-dominant hand trigger and just smooth by pressing the trigger on the drawing hand. I can use my grips and spin it around and scale it. So we can work with it massive and work underneath it, or we can work with it tiny. Now while I'm doing that, just notice the grid around me, the block around me. Now the resolution of the model, as it gets higher and higher resolution, that grid will effectively get smaller. Each model has its own grid, so you will only be able to go to a limited amount of size, and that's dependent here. If you pull down on the thumbstick on your non-dominant hand, and if you've got increase and decrease here, as you change that increase and decrease, that grid will get smaller or larger. Doesn't really matter to start with, but it's good to know it. And I always go small to start. I always go really, really low res. In fact, if it feels too smooth, I knock it down again, and that means that it's really lightweight, and you can really play with your shapes and your forms early on. So what else do you need to know just to get going? You've got on your drawing hand, you've got push forward and push back with the thumbstick. That gives you a size of the sphere that you're going to spray with. And don't forget, we've got push forward on your non-dominant hand, and you've got mirror switched on here. that's all you need to get going. We're using the basic sphere, so green button on the dominant hand, and we're just using the utter basic sphere, the first one you get when you open this program. There's lots and lots of others, and we get quite complicated later on, but just for this introductory video, I just want to show you the basics of what we're doing. Remember to smooth, so it's trigger on the non-dominant hand and then fire with your dominant hand with the trigger, and that smooths it down. If you want to remove, double click green button and then you can chew away. Smooth, chew it away, and that's essentially how we work. That is the essence of what we're making here. So I'm just going to make a creature. I'm not massively worried what we make, it's more about the tools. So there's a head. Let's just really have some fun and just spray out some shapes. I try to lay out a shape really quickly, simply because the more you do in the early stages of the sketching and the roughing out, the easier it gets later on. So as you would with a sketch, and as you would with any kind of sculpting in ZBrush or on the iPad, or whatever you use, it's the same in here. So keep it low res and rough out as much as you can. So let's just block out the entire character if we can. So if we're going to think about that being a head there, we've already defined roughly how we want that. Bit of a chest here somehow. Something of a body going back here. Let's give him some shoulders that we'll work on here. Again, I'm going to smooth all this down later. So if at this point you're feeling like you're starting any detailing, then you're probably going wrong. Just literally start with shapes and blobs, and if they go wrong, just delete them away and just start again. Doesn't really matter. Now, one of my favorite tools in all of 3D in any program is this next one. So I'm going to push forward on the non-dominant hand, and you can see the palette that you've already seen it briefly. This is where you pick all your tools. So I'm only using clay so far. So if I switch to move, and you can now basically in a very fluid way, you can move your design around, and this is one of the most powerful tools I've ever encountered. I absolutely love it. It's like in some other programs you'll get the ability to smudge or to just move and drag, but what you don't get is the ability to turn like this with your hands, so you can go absolutely crazy with this stuff. It's actually one of the most fun things. It's like Stretchy Arm Man, and then when it's finished, it kind of welds it all together. So as you're learning this, just go a bit crazy with that, and just find ways to use that in creative ways. Let's give him some arms. Let's make a huge, I don't know what we're going to make. Let's make a crab creature. I'm always doing creatures and monsters, so why change the habit of a lifetime? Now I'm going to do a claw, but I'm only going to do half of the claw, and I'll show you why in a few minutes, because I'm going to do another layer for the other part of the claw. So see how it looks blobby at the moment. Don't worry about that. That's going to slowly refine as you smooth it. If you've got muscles that aren't working, like this obviously clearly isn't right, then just go in and just try and work out your muscles. If you want reference images, it's super easy. So you just basically pull down on your thumbstick non-dominant and just go into add image here. I won't do it, and you can bring an image in. That's for another video. If this is something that people want to learn, I will do all of these tools over the course of a few weeks. As we do lessons in it. I've taught this I taught it at FMX to a live group, and we did canine anatomy in Oculus Medium, and it's so much fun. So you're basically building a skeleton and then muscles and build them up, and it's just a great way to learn, a really cool way to learn. Remember that move tool if you want it. And look how that really helps. So fluid with your sculpting and pulling the clay. If we could have that in the real world, it would be so much fun. This is going to come around here and be the other half of this claw. Again, still roughing out. Remember, we're only a few minutes in, and we've roughed out a really nice shape already. Let's get some hips going in here. We'll put some basic legs on this dude. There's two types of legs that you want to always be considering. So you've got what we are, which is plantigrade, which means our feet, our ankles, the back of our feet are called the calcaneus when we get to it. That's planted firmly on the ground. Or you've got this guy here, which is, if you want to call it like a werewolf leg or a dog leg or a cow leg, it's basically called digitigrade. And what that means is that this is your calcaneus, or the back of your heel here. This would be the foot in us, but that goes down and then the toes extend down as part of this tiptoe kind of look. And I do a lot of creatures like this. Have a look at the difference between the back leg of a dog and the back leg of an ape or a human, or something that's plantigrade. Nice big calves, because it's obviously going to take a lot of pressure on the way these legs work. Again, I'm just blocking out groups of muscles that I want. Get your reference images going. Don't try and do all this without references. Get yourself 3 or 4 references in here if you feel like you need it. And this guy needs some kind of a tail, doesn't he? You were feeling tail there, weren't you? Definitely. I was feeling like something was missing. And of course, because we've got the move tool, this tail can be flexed quite easily. So watch the area of effect there. So look at that. So this is crazy time. When I say I think it's one of my favourites, I'm not exaggerating it anyway. I absolutely adore it. Now, I went too far there, see here? And I fractured it. That means I've stretched it too far. So rather than try and undo it and do it again, I'm going to fill that in with more geometry. And remember, we're on symmetry here. So if you go off, like I've just done there, I'm too far off the centre. So you will get that a lot. So just be aware of that. Because we're low res, if you smooth too much, you'll destroy it like this. So don't just be careful, or you might get to the point where you want to go up a little bit of a resolution. Remember how we looked at resolution? We can look at that again in a minute. Okay, so I think we've got the makings of a nice sort of almost like a runner sort of character. He's probably a little bit off balance there, so let me just move him along like so. Again, I'm not designing this creature with anything in mind at the moment. I'm just literally trying to find shapes that I like. So this kind of concept exploration is really, really useful. Let's broaden him out a little bit all around. Drop that foot back a bit like so, and then bring these thighs forward a bit. So that's working out really well. I'm liking that. He's gone a little bit thin, see on his abdomen there. So let's bring him out here. Give him a bit of bulk. I don't know what these things were. I don't even remember doing those, so I don't know how that got there. So there we go. That'll be a nice block out level. That's enough for us to start now. I'll take him now and go up. Remember, pull down on the non-dominant hand and we'll go increase by 1 level. Now we'll do a quick pass, just doing a little bit more detail. So stay on the clay and we'll think about now a little bit more of the detailing. So where would the eyes on this guy be? Would we want them at the front? We want them high up at the back? Let's start thinking about other parts of this creature now. So if his mouth is underneath here, that means he's got a jawline here. Smooth it back down, see if it reads okay. We could have a central eye in here, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens as we evolve it. We'll build this plate up on the back of his head, and maybe a bit of visual interest on the head. Always try and break your silhouettes a little bit. Do we want ears or not? Don't know. Let's put them in if we don't like them later. You can take those out. Negative, double click on the green button. negative some of this away if you want it to look better straight away. And then don't forget, did we say we'd do a single eye in the middle? I'm not sure. Maybe we don't have eyes actually, that could be quite cool. Yeah, let's just have one large nostril. So you can see how this is evolving already. This, you know, when you're just concepting like this, your ideas come with the shapes that you make. So I'm quite liking that. Just literally one big nostril and no eyes, or maybe we have something down here like this. Something a bit freaky, I think. So a bit more of a chin perhaps. A bit more of a mouth area, I mean. And then this will go down onto the neck. A little bit of fat there, a little bit of skin roll, something like that. That's cool. Now a bit of definition onto the chest, so what we call the sternocleido, which is this thing here that holds your head up. Maybe put one of them in. I think we put them in once earlier on, and then we just smoothed them out. Let's try and unpick some of these muscles here. So if it's going to be, if that's its clavicle, these would be its pecs going out to its top end of the humerus, and that would mean it comes along here, and this would be the first part of the deltoid. Second part of the deltoid, the middle head of the deltoid, and that would mean a great big one out the back here, the third part going into his trapezius, which comes here. Anatomy's got to be one of your focuses if you're wanting to learn this stuff. Go and get books on human anatomy, start researching human anatomy before you do anything else. Teres major coming up the back here. Latissimus dorsi, so you're remembering all of the things you learn in anatomy class. Now, it's an alien, isn't it? So the anatomy isn't human, but if you link it to human or mammalian anatomy in some way, you're going to have it looking more accurate straight away. Again, this is very, very fabricated. It's, you know, it's a thrown together, designed creature. But it's already, some of these muscles are starting to work for me, which means I won't have to do too much work once I'm finished. So let's carry on. I'm hoping to keep this to about 20 minutes, so what I'll probably do is I'll probably drop a time lapse in a minute, because I've shown you the core of the tools that I use. Try and unpick some of these muscles here. So if that's the chest, then the rib cage drops under there, and that leads to these comic book kind of what they call serratus around here. Just indicate them and smooth them out, and then let's start the abdominals a little bit, and I'll knock these right back in a second, and then come up here, external obliques. Again, you're on tailed anatomy here, so this is very different. This is where you'd be looking at monkeys rather than apes, or things even like kangaroos, or things that have got a large muscle coming out of the back here, or which is the extension of the spine. So you want to be researching that kind of creature. Or gibbons is a good one because they have large muscles and large tails. Anything that's, you know, you're working out your anatomy from the reference you've chosen, so choose the right reference. Let's just get something going on the leg here. And look how good it is when you just smooth it back down. You know, you're not looking for any heavy definition. And go back up to the bicep. If you want to have a go at this, just certainly while you're learning, just pick an easier subject than something like this, but use every one of these tools. So get the move tool under your belt, get that, make sure you get the clay. Obviously the main one is the sculpting tool, get that nailed early on, and then we can move into the more complex. Once we've really got, if you can get good with just this sphere, imagine how good it gets when you get to the different shapes that you can get to. There's his biceps. Legs looking at okay, so we want the patella, the knee, come down onto the calf. Might use one more tool there that I haven't shown you. This is the inflate tool. So look, you can just pump up that volume there without spraying it on. So smooth it back a bit, pump it up, smooth it back a bit, pump it up. Pump these thighs up a bit. Just seeing where, and remember, like here, it'll close that down and weld it together. So do it carefully. Don't go crazy with it, or you'll destroy the work that you've done. So just want to level these out. They weren't level, if you saw there. Back to the clay. I'm not going to do a lot of work on his toes, so I'll just give him a single claw. So spray it. You know what tool I'm going to use here. You've probably already worked it out. What's the best tool for this? So it's the move tool, low size, and just coil it like that. There's an instant claw for you. That's, again, you'll grow to love. If you're like me, you're going to grow to love that tool. It's just the sculptor's friend, really. Let's just bulk up the toe a little bit, and then put some tendons coming down here. Maybe there is a little false toe here, something to give him a bit of balance, and then back up onto the. Try and keep these as straight bones here. Obviously this is the back of your foot if you're thinking about where this is on your own body. If you do have a dog or a cat, go and have a look at their back leg, because that'll show you what I'm doing there with that leg. There we go. So that is how we would block out really, really quickly. I would now do a number of things. So I'm going to do, at the end of this video, I'll do a time lapse of detailing this up for about 20 minutes, but it'll only be a couple of minutes of time lapse. But before we do that, I want to show you something, some of the tools that I use a lot in here. So we'll just save it. So to save it, it's File, Save As, and just name it. So you can just name it whatever you want. So we'll call this Medium Runner. Oh, I didn't clear it, did I? So Medium space Runner. Enter and save it. And that saves it for us. Now, we've only used the default stuff at the moment. I just want to show you something that I do all the time. So I go to World, and this is how I generally set my scene up. I change the theme to dark. So we've now got it working in a completely dark world. That means you've got a sun brightness to play with and an image-based lighting brightness. So that's like what we call, so that's basically the wrap round of the world that drops the lighting on. So HDRI is kind of like similar, so it's giving you lighting from all over the place. So drop that down, and I generally add a new light. So push forward on the thumbstick. Oh, sorry, pull down on the thumbstick. Add a light, and that gives us number 2 light. You can see how bloomy. I don't know whether that shows very well, but it's almost like a huge bloom. You take that off with your settings. Go back to the world settings. And you just turn bloom off here, and I'll turn skybox off as well. And you can see how
The 2020
What if I told you that reality is constantly trying to talk to you, but you've been trained to ignore it? Every single day, subtle messages are being placed in your path, moments too precise to be accidents. The song that plays just as you think of someone, the number that follows you everywhere, the stranger you randomly meet who has the exact answer you were searching for. You've brushed them off as coincidences, but deep down, you've always felt there was something more. And you're right. Synchronicities are not accidents. They are messages, patterns embedded in reality itself, nudging you towards something greater. Ancient civilizations knew this. Mystics and philosophers studied it. But modern society calls it luck, chance, randomness, because the system does not want you to realize the truth. These moments are proof that the universe is not what you've been told it is. In this video, we're going to pull back the curtain and reveal what synchronicities really are, why they happen, and how you can use them to reshape your life. From the moment you were born, you were conditioned to believe in a world of logic, structure, and predictability. Everything had to have a rational explanation, and anything that didn't fit within that framework was dismissed as coincidence or imagination. But what if that conditioning wasn't just an accident? What if it was designed to keep you blind to the deeper forces at play? Think back to your childhood. As a child, you were naturally in tune with patterns, energy, and intuition. You noticed things, how certain events lined up perfectly, how you could sense when something was about to happen, how you instinctively knew when someone was thinking about you. But what happened when you shared these experiences? You were told, it's just your imagination. You were taught to ignore those feelings, to trust only what could be measured, proven, and categorized. The system taught you that the world was purely physical, a machine with no mystery, no deeper intelligence, just a series of random, unrelated events. And so, slowly but surely, you stopped paying attention. Education played a massive role in this suppression. Schools didn't teach you how to listen to your intuition, recognize synchronicities, or understand energy. They taught you to memorize facts, follow rules, and obey authority. Creativity, imagination, and abstract thinking were systematically pushed aside in favor of logical reasoning and hard data. If you couldn't see it, weigh it, or measure it, it wasn't real. And questioning this model, that was discouraged. The entire system is built on the idea that you must only trust external authority, never your own inner knowing. Science became the ultimate gatekeeper of truth. Not real science, the kind that explores the unknown, but the mainstream, rigid, materialist version that tells you everything is random, meaningless, and explainable by chance. Under this model, synchronicities are nothing more than cognitive biases, your brain playing tricks on you. You see the number 1111 on the clock over and over again? That's just confirmation bias. You meet the perfect person at exactly the right time. Just luck. Everything is stripped of deeper meaning, leaving you disconnected from the forces that guide you. But here's what they don't tell you. Some of the greatest minds in history, Carl Jung, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, all recognized that reality isn't as random as we've been led to believe. They understood that synchronicities, patterns, and hidden connections were clues to a greater truth. And yet, society ridicules those who take these experiences seriously. Talk about synchronicities openly, and you'll be labeled superstitious, irrational, or even delusional. The people who embrace these signs are cast aside as spiritual nuts, while those who conform to the materialist worldview are praised as logical, intelligent, and reasonable. This isn't an accident, it's social conditioning. If you want to control a population, the first step is making sure they never discover their own power. Because the moment you start paying attention to synchronicities, you start realizing something profound. You are connected to something much larger than yourself. Some truths are too deep for YouTube, and I can't share everything here. That's why I created Insights Academy, where we uncover the full story behind reality's hidden forces. If you sign up today, you'll receive an ebook copy of The Kybalion, one of the most powerful texts on universal laws. Go to the link in the description and enter your email before it's gone. The real reason they don't want you to notice synchronicities is because they reveal a crack in the illusion. They show you that reality isn't just a cold, indifferent machine. It's an interconnected web responding to your thoughts, emotions, and energy. Once you start seeing the patterns, you can't unsee them. And that's where the real awakening begins. Because the next question is, if synchronicities aren't random, then what are they? Where do they come from? And why do they seem to increase the more you become aware of them? Let's go deeper. At some point in your life, you've had an experience so precise, so perfectly timed, that it felt impossible to be random. You think about someone you haven't spoken to in years, and they suddenly call you. You open a book to a random page, and the words in front of you answer the exact question that's been on your mind. You notice a repeating sequence of numbers, 111, 222, 333, showing up everywhere, as if reality itself is leaving clues in your path. These aren't accidents, they are messages, and the more you start paying attention, the more they appear. But here's the real secret. Synchronicities are not just coincidences. They are deliberate signals from a deeper intelligence, a force that has been quietly guiding you your entire life. The universe is not a collection of random, disconnected events. It is an interconnected field of energy and consciousness. Every thought you have, every intention you set, every emotion you experience sends out a frequency like a radio signal. And synchronicities are the universe's way of responding. They are the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the physical and the metaphysical, the conscious and the subconscious. Carl Jung, one of the greatest thinkers of modern psychology, coined the term synchronicity after witnessing countless examples of events aligning in ways that defied logic. He believed these meaningful coincidences were not random, but rather expressions of the deeper hidden order of reality, a concept that ancient spiritual traditions had understood for centuries. Eastern philosophies call it karma. Mystics refer to it as divine timing. Quantum physicists describe it as non-locality, the idea that everything in the universe is fundamentally connected beyond space and time. But mainstream science avoids this topic, dismissing it as mere illusion, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Consider this. The entire universe is built on patterns and interconnected structures. Nature follows fractal geometry. Planetary orbits align in mathematically perfect ratios. Your DNA is encoded with repeating sequences. Everything in existence operates through patterns, cycles, and relationships. So why would human experience be any different? Why would your thoughts, emotions, and decisions not follow an underlying structure? The answer is, they do. And synchronicities are proof of that hidden design. They are the glitches in the matrix, the moments where the underlying order of the universe reveals itself. And once you start seeing them, you begin to realize that reality is far more malleable than you were taught. But if synchronicities are messages, then the question becomes, who or what is sending them? Some believe synchronicities come from a higher version of yourself, guiding you toward the right path. Others believe they are signals from the collective unconscious, the vast shared reservoir of human thought and experience that Jung described. Some even believe that synchronicities are hints from an external intelligence, whether you call it the universe, God, source energy, or a simulation attempting to communicate with its players. Whatever their origin, one thing is certain: synchronicities are not meaningless. They are invitations to wake up, to pay attention, and to shift your awareness from autopilot to conscious creation. Because the moment you start recognizing them, the illusion of randomness begins to crumble. And that leads to the next question. If synchronicities aren't random, then how exactly do they work? What is happening beneath the surface that causes these perfect alignments? And more importantly, how can you harness them to transform your life? The answer lies in understanding the hidden mechanics behind reality itself. Let's go deeper. If synchronicities are messages from a deeper intelligence, then the next question is, how do they actually work? What is happening beneath the surface that causes these perfect alignments to appear in your life? The truth is, there is a hidden mechanism that explains why certain events seem to connect in ways that defy logic. And once you understand this mechanism, you'll realize that you have more influence over reality than you've been led to believe. At the core of synchronicities lies a simple but powerful principle. Your mind is not just a passive observer of reality, it is an active.
The 2025 Formula One season is poised.
Izagi has become.
There are more possible chess games than atoms in the universe. Chess is more than just a board game. It's a portrait of the human experience compressed into 64 squares. At first glance, it's merely a contest in which two opponents move pieces around, each maneuvering to capture the other's king. But behind every move lies a tangle of emotions, calculations, hopes, and fears. In that
Woo! Yeah, baby!
I mean, it's alright, like... That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Perfect. Everything, down to the last minute details.
And what is that, bro?
Show you today how to do a good wax up, and a lot of videos that I've seen that show people how to do wax ups, I'll either leave some things out for.
Let's start with the basic Fiend Smith.
You don't realize how strong Figureland Garland can be, and we have more information now about the power scheme of the Holy Land and what they could do that is giving us more insight, I think, on what Oda said 4 months ago. What did Oda say 4 months ago? Well, it was in that Q&A. He had 10 questions, and the very last question was about who St. Figureland Garling. The question was, and I quote, during the God Valley incident, St. Garling went and confronted the pirates, but how strong is his combat abilities? And the answer, he's strong. There's a reason for his strength. So we have updated information about the Holy Land's abilities as of latest chapters of One Piece. And when we go back to Oda's quotes, we can actually kind of glean more about what Garling can do and why he's so damn powerful. Freakishly powerful, to the point where he could be the strongest asset in terms of combat skills that the world government has to offer. That would even include the Seraphim, Holy Knights, the other elders, admirals, and potentially even Fleet Admiral Akainu. Yes, it is possible where, let's say, outside of Emu, it is St. Figureland Garling who stands on top of the world government in terms of combat ability. And because he hasn't done a single thing in terms of combat, obviously we have no real feats to gauge off of what he can do. But there are things in the story that can help indicate us how powerful he is. And there are three main parts to this. Let's go to part number one. His heyday. Figureland Garling, as the question notes to, went against and confronted the pirates. The pirates were the Rocks pirates with legendary pirates on them, like Whitebeard, like the Golden Lion Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, and of course, Rocks D. Sebek himself. And then the other pirates that were involved in that God Valley incident were the Roger Pirates. Roger, Rayleigh, Scarborough Gabon, who was recently introduced as Ya-san. Ya. These are legendary individuals, and part of their legendary status is how strong they are as combatants. And here you had the Holy Knights alongside other Marines and Garp and Company stand off against these pirates that are ruining their block party, their Super Bowl party. They were Kendrick fans having a damn good time. It was all wholesome activity on God Valley before these pirates arrived to ruin the fun. But one of the main stars of that party was undeniably Shane Figureland Garling, who was winning the most beer pong games at the party. He was phenomenal. He was the chosen one. And no other Holy Knight was matching what Garling was doing on God Valley during the Hunger Games. So when you carry this over to when the Rocks and Roger pull up, you would assume quite easily that he was doing the best. He was doing the most damage. He was stalling, or he was clashing with the most pirates. He was kicking ass, far more so than any other Holy Knight on the island. When we go back to the Shanks and Whitebeard conversation, as folks have noted to now, instead of Roger that gave Whitebeard his scars, he could be referring to Garling. Though to be fair, when we do see him talk to Shanks, we have a lot of scars on Whitebeard's body, but we don't see any real noticeable scars on his body during the Odin flashback. And the Odin flashback is after God Valley. So maybe that was a miss on the editor's part, Oda's part, who knows? Maybe the scars don't really have any value. Maybe that idea of seeing Shanks getting that old scar flaring up, maybe that has no real relevance. And maybe Garland never did actually wound / scar Whitebeard.
What an opening move.
So your enemies are in big trouble, okay? They're
Everyone's talking about the wrong thing. They analyze my speed. 0.05 of a second to complete a punch.
Hey there, pirates. Welcome aboard the Anime No Mi channel. Kaido made it clear that Haki is what truly defines the strongest. And when he said that Luffy's Haki was still far from Roger's level, he essentially stated that there is a level even higher than what we've seen so far. We're now at the point where Luffy will master Haki at its highest.
Imagine waking up one day and realizing that years have passed, but nothing in your life has truly changed. The dreams you once had remain distant, the goals you set for yourself have faded into the background, and the life you envisioned seems more like a fantasy than a real possibility. You feel stuck, as if you are merely going through the motions, waiting for something to change, but nothing ever does. Have you ever wondered why this happens? Why do some people take bold action and transform their lives, while others remain trapped in a cycle of hesitation and inaction? Today, we are going to expose...
At this point, you can go for your Sylvie effect in the graveyard, shuffle back.
But if Holy Spirit is telling me that justice will be served. I'm going to say it again for all my brothers and sisters around the world. Justice will be served. They are liars. They are criminals, brothers and sisters, and they are guilty of slander, gossip, and trying to take you, brothers and sisters, out. I said something that was so powerful yesterday. I said enemies will put their differences aside and come together to come against you. Somebody put down in the comment section below, you should have never crossed me. Understand that these enemies can be your fake friends, fake family members, witches, warlocks. They will all come together, amen, and put their differences aside, whether it's beliefs. It don't matter what the difference is, brothers and sisters. When it come down to you, why do you think so many people ganged up on you? Why do you think so many people gang stalked you? Why do you think it was more than one person that tried to destroy you? See, Christ was so powerful to where the Pharisees, the scribes, and so many other enemies all came together to try to destroy him. That's how powerful you are. Somebody put down in the comment section below, I'm powerful. You walk with the power. You walk with the light from the Most High God. And this makes them afraid. They know that they cannot see you, brothers and sisters. one-on-one. They know that it has to be a group that have to come against you. But here's what they don't understand. You destroyed the group. Yeah, you destroyed the group of witches and warlocks. Amen. That's how powerful you are. There's nobody, I don't care how many enemies come against you. I don't care how many people conspire to destroy you. I don't care how many people come up with a plan to try to take you brothers and sisters out. You rise solo. Somebody put down in the comment section below, I rise solo, and you're going to defeat them solo. Amen. You don't need no team. You got the biggest team in the world. You got a spiritual team with you. Amen. And God's going to align you.
What if I told you that every time you fall into masturbation, you're not just sinning, you're actually being robbed? And the worst part? You don't even realize what's being taken from you. The enemy is wise. He doesn't attack with loud, obvious destruction. No, he is subtle. He works in the hidden places, in the moments of weakness when no one is watching. And just like a thief, he slips in unnoticed, taking what is most valuable without you even knowing it's gone. Masturbation is not just a physical act, it is a spiritual battlefield. And the devil knows it. He knows that if he can get you to fall again and again, he can strip something precious from you, something you don't see but will one day wake up and realize is missing. John 10:10 says, "The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy." But the greatest deception of the enemy is not in what he shows you, it's in what he hides from you. The question is, what is he stealing? What is being taken every time you give in? What is being lost in the spirit while you're distracted in the flesh? Many believers go through life feeling drained and disconnected, but they don't know why. They try to move forward, but something keeps pulling them back. And they don't realize something has been taken. By the end of this message, your eyes will be opened. You will understand the hidden things demons steal, why they do it, and, most importantly, how to take back what is yours through Jesus Christ. Because what the enemy has stolen, God is ready to restore. But first, you must see the truth. Stay with me, because this revelation will change everything. But before we dive in, if you're committed to grow in faith, deepen your relationship with God, and walk boldly in His power, then hit that subscribe button. This is more than just a channel. It's a movement of believers hungry for truth, wisdom, and unstoppable spiritual growth. Join us, and let's rise together. Now, let's begin 5 things demons steal from chosen ones who masturbate. 1. Demons steal your spiritual gifts and anointing, brethren. There is something the enemy doesn't want you to know, something he hopes you never realize. Every time you give in to lust, something is being stolen from you. Not just your self-control.
Naruto is...
I've been obsessed with figuring out the fastest and easiest possible way to learn new skills for the last decade. And after years of teaching people and reading the research on this, I've stumbled across a mistake that guarantees an almost 100% failure rate on learning any skill. And sadly, this is a mistake that most people make every single day. I call this mistake theory overload, and I think it is one of the most important things to know about when you're trying to learn any new skill. But first, we have to understand a key, often overlooked ingredient to learning any new skill that allows us to even learn skills in the first place. And this ingredient is experiential cycling. So if I practice shooting this bow every day for a month, I should get better. Right? Maybe, but maybe not. Once I let go of this arrow, I cannot control where it goes mid-air, at least as far as I know. Where this arrow lands depends on everything that I did in the setup beforehand. And by the way, like any skill, learning to learn is the same. Our exam results, our memory, our depth of understanding, these things depend on the processes we used before when we were studying. Now imagine I shot this arrow and it landed here. Not very good. But to do better next time, I have to know what to change to get it into the center. I cannot keep just firing arrows off randomly expecting to get better. I might get a bullseye once in a while, but it's not going to be consistent, and once the target moves further away, it's not going to work anymore. Same thing in learning. If we get a bad exam result, we need to know what to change. And just because we get a better exam result in a different exam, it doesn't mean we actually solved the problem. So this is essentially the experiential cycle. We have an experience, we observe the result, we think about what we need to change, and then we do an experiment to see if it made it any better. Without this cycle, we cannot learn any new skill. This is pretty straightforward and obvious. But here's the part that traps people. Whether it's learning about learning skills or learning to shoot an arrow or learning any other skill, the fastest way to learn any skill is to learn more slowly. This is the theory overload trap. Now, most of you know that I've got a program that teaches people to learn more efficiently. And one of the things that I can do on the program that I can't do on YouTube is I get to observe how the students behave, and I can track their progress much more closely. So take a look at these two students and see if you can guess which one ended up being more academically successful. First one to look at is this one here, Suresh, who was on the program for 5 weeks and got through 31% of the program. And the second student that I want you to look at is Enzo, who was on the program for 54 weeks and got through 20% of the program. Who do you think improved the fastest? So despite covering less of the course, it was actually Enzo who ended up with better academic results. He went from a baseline of 62% to the latest exam result of 92% compared to Suresh. And this is the surprising part. Suresh actually went from 80% to 71%. Suresh actually got worse after working on it for 5 weeks. Why did Suresh get worse? I'll give you a clue. It's not just because Enzo had so much more time to work on things. Well, the answer is theory overload. Okay, now imagine this bowl is your brain. Very smooth. Just kidding. Now, your brain has a limited amount of cognitive resources that it can spend. It's like how much memory or RAM your computer has. So let's say that these wooden blocks represent your cognitive resources. Now, whenever we learn a new skill, we're introduced to new things that we need to think about. So each thing takes resources to keep it in mind and think about it. Hold my arrow more tightly, stabilize my core, keep my shoulders relaxed, breathe more slowly, aim a little bit lower. You can see that my bowl, my capacity is becoming filled up. And on top of that, there's a certain amount of resources it takes to just perform the activity. Now, once a new skill eventually becomes a habit, the amount of resources it takes goes down. But when you're learning a new skill, it's not going to be a habit. It's going to be unfamiliar and difficult and awkward, and all of those things take additional resources to overcome. So more and more needs to be invested into just doing the actual skill. And as you can see now, we are overflowing. We've overloaded our brain's ability to think about things because we have given it too many things to think about. In the research, our brain trying to think about lots of different things at the same time is called multiple element interactivity. And it's a common reason why we enter into what's called cognitive overload. But here is the thing about learning a cognitive skill, like learning to learn, for example, unlike learning a physical skill like archery. For a physical skill, we burn energy using our body, using our muscles. For a cognitive skill, we burn effort with our brain, which means that the amount of cognitive resources it takes to just perform the skill, the act of learning, is innately very high to begin with. It takes a lot of mental resources to understand new information and process it and organize it and think about where it belongs and create new memory. And all of this effort helps to translate the learning into memory and understanding. If we didn't feel this effort, we wouldn't have any memory, and that would be called passive learning. But with effective, more active learning, it takes a lot of resources to begin with, which means adding just a few more things can put us into overload very quickly. So in that case, what is the best way to learn a new skill, especially a cognitive skill? Well, at the end of the day, all of that means that when we're learning a new skill, we should only ever be trying to experiment with one or two things at the same time. So Suresh, who covered like 30% of the program in a month, would have learned over a dozen new techniques, and each technique has 2 or 3 things to think about. So that means that Suresh would have been trying to juggle 20 or 30 things at any given time. He was completely overloaded, and therefore his brain was not able to actually learn the skill. And this is exactly why some students, if they don't realize this trap, can spend months or even years trying to learn a new skill and feeling like it is impossible to get it right, because no matter how much time they put into it, they do not seem to be improving. It is incredibly frustrating. So here's the secret to learning any skill the right way. Always balance your new theory with practice. If you practice without any theory, it's aimless. If you practice with too much theory, you're getting overloaded. So the trick is to balance new theory coming in with your existing skills becoming habits. Like I mentioned before, when skills become habits, your brain figures out a more efficient way to do it. It doesn't require so many cognitive resources anymore. It finds a shortcut. And so the amount of cognitive resources it takes to perform the skill goes down as more of this new skill just starts to become an old habit. And eventually, what took a lot of concentration to do now takes virtually no thinking at all, and you can still do it just as accurately and just as consistently. We have freed up more cognitive resources to take in some new theory and turn those into habits. For some skills and techniques, it can take weeks, if not months, to develop them into habits. Whereas for some, it can just take a few hours. And by balancing the theory with practice, we can achieve optimum skill growth, where we are practicing, and every time we practice, we're improving with focus and direction, but we're not getting overloaded. So here's what this looks like in practice. Let's say we've only got 5 hours a week to practice. Now that is not probably enough to form new habits very quickly, and so we're going to need to reduce the amount of new theory we take in. And because we've got a low amount of practice and therefore a low amount of theory, the two of them are aligned and we can achieve our optimum skill growth. Now let's say we now have a little bit more free time and we want to dedicate a little bit more time to learning this skill. So we have now 20 hours a week that we can dedicate to practice. So the amount that we can practice has now gone up, which means we can also go up in the amount of theory we can take in. But it's proportional to the amount of extra practice we're getting. So as a rule of thumb, I usually say for every hour of theory, we should have at least 5 hours of practice. So for example, if we have 5 hours of practice, we would only be able to take in 1 hour of theory in this first example, whereas in the second example, we've got 20 hours of practice, therefore we can have up to 4 hours of theory. Now, unfortunately, that's just a rule of thumb. And in reality, it's a little bit more complicated because 5 hours of practicing a very complicated skill is not the same as 5 hours of practicing a very simple skill, like a new way to tie your shoelaces, in which case 5 hours of practice is probably overkill. And so what's more important and accurate than just the number of hours of practice is actually monitoring how quickly we're able to form new habits. When new habits form, we have the mental space to take in more theory. So if we're very slow at forming new habits, then we're going to be slower at taking in new theory. And the way you can know that new habits are forming is when you can feel that things are becoming easier and faster without compromising your accuracy and your consistency. And most of the time, you're able to get faster without trying to get faster. The speed comes with the efficiency that your brain develops at just getting better at doing it. Now, this is where I have to give props to Enzo, because Enzo realized that he was developing new habits more slowly than we would have anticipated. And so he took a year to cover 20% of the program. So instead of 5 hours of practice for every hour of theory, he was doing more like 15, 20 hours of practice for every hour of theory. So even though on the surface it looked like he was going very slowly, his skill growth was being maintained at an optimal rate because he was never letting himself get overloaded. And by the way, if you're interested in the program yourself, there's a link in the description that you can check out. Now, while theory overload has an almost 100% failure rate, the reverse is also true. Almost 100% of the time, I see someone balancing their theory intake rate with their practice and habit forming rate. They are able to learn their desired skill very smoothly and very quickly, which is why I said that I think this is one of the most important things to understand if you want to learn any skill. I hope that helps, and if you've got the capacity for just one more bit of theory, then check out this video that YouTube thinks you'll like. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Miyamoto Musashi was a samurai legend, feared and respected for never losing a duel. His presence alone was enough to intimidate. He carried an aura that went beyond skill, rooted in years of mental and spiritual discipline. Musashi's power wasn't just physical, it was a mastery of mind and spirit that radiated strength. In this video, we'll explore the Musashi method, his principles for building a presence that commands respect and fear alike. Part 1. The Foundation of Fearlessness, Mastering the Self. Musashi's legendary aura didn't come from raw skill alone. It was rooted in his relentless focus on mastering himself. He understood that if he couldn't control his own mind, no amount of physical power would ever be enough. The confidence people sensed in him came from a fearless inner calm, built on facing his own fears and weaknesses head-on. Musashi once said, "Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men." To him, true strength came from conquering his own doubts, insecurities, and limitations each day. Max took this lesson to heart. He'd always thought confidence was about outward success, but Musashi's words made him realize it started from within. He decided to follow Musashi's path, facing his own fears one step at a time. Max knew he couldn't build that fearless aura overnight, but he could start with small challenges. So he began speaking up in situations where he'd usually stay silent, like sharing his opinions in meetings or asserting himself in conversations. Each time he felt the initial wave of fear, but instead of backing down, he reminded himself of Musashi's example. The more Max faced these small fears, the more he felt his confidence growing, almost like a muscle he was training. Musashi had faced countless duels, each one sharpening his mind as much as his sword. Max saw his own daily challenges as his duels. By tackling each one, he was conditioning his mind to stay calm under pressure, just like Musashi. With each step forward, Max felt himself transforming. His confidence was no longer a mask, but something deeper, grounded in his own experiences of facing what once held him back. He started noticing how others reacted to him, sensing a new strength in his presence that hadn't been there before. Through Musashi's method of self-mastery, Max was beginning to build his own aura, a quiet, fearless confidence that others could feel without him even saying a word. Part 2. Unwavering focus, eliminating distractions. Musashi's reputation as an undefeated samurai wasn't just about his skill with a sword, it was about his extraordinary focus. While others might let distractions, fears, or doubts cloud their minds in battle, Musashi trained himself to shut everything out except the task at hand. This focus was what made him so intimidating. His opponents could sense it. Musashi wasn't thinking about fame, about proving himself, or about his next victory. All he cared about was the mastery of the moment, and that gave him an edge few could match. Max felt drawn to this idea. He'd always struggled with distractions, whether it was his phone, his wandering thoughts, or the need to keep up with others. Musashi's approach was different from anything he'd encountered before. While most advice focused on achieving multiple things at once, Musashi's life was a testament to the power of single-minded dedication. Musashi hadn't built his aura by trying to impress others. He built it by committing to mastery without letting anything, even success, take him off course. Max decided to apply this philosophy. He picked one simple area in his life where he could practice this single-minded focus, his morning routine. He realized he had a habit of jumping from one thing to another without finishing any of them fully. He'd start an email, then switch to checking messages, then scroll through social media, all without completing anything. Inspired by Musashi, he set a goal to do one task at a time, from start to finish, without letting his mind drift. At first, it was challenging. His mind would try to pull him in different directions, reminding him of other things he needed to get done. But Max pushed himself to stay with one thing, practicing Musashi's intense focus in his own way. It was frustrating at times. Those little distractions kept trying to break his concentration. But with each day, he noticed he could stay with his tasks a bit longer, finding a kind of satisfaction in truly finishing something. As his focus grew, Max started noticing something surprising. People seemed more drawn to him. It was as if they could feel his newfound clarity. His aura had shifted. He no longer had that scattered, anxious energy. Instead, he felt calm, confident, and in control, even when things around him were chaotic. By practicing Musashi's focus, Max was beginning to develop his own powerful presence. He learned that mastery didn't come from showing off or chasing attention. It came from committing fully to each moment. This focus, like Musashi's, was becoming a core part of his aura, a quiet strength that needed no words. Part 3. Detached power, remaining calm under pressure. One of Musashi's most powerful traits was his ability to stay calm even in the face of death. He had an aura of unshakable composure that left opponents unnerved, sensing they were up against something they couldn't break. Musashi didn't just rely on his physical skills, he relied on his mind, mastering the art of detachment so that no fear or distraction could shake him. This mastery of calm was like an invisible armor, making him appear untouchable and giving him a presence that commanded respect. At the heart of Musashi's calm was the concept of no mind, or mushin. This state is one where the mind is free from distracting thoughts, doubts, or fears. In mushin, the mind becomes like still water, focused, clear, and entirely present. This allowed Musashi to act instinctively and without hesitation, moving with precision and decisiveness. Opponents could sense this readiness, feeling the quiet, intimidating power that came from his total presence. Max found this idea of mushin intriguing. He'd always let stressful situations cloud his mind, filling him with hesitation or doubt. But he realized that Musashi's calm wasn't just about appearing strong, it was about gaining real control over his mind. Max knew that if he could stay calm under pressure, his own presence would become stronger and more grounded, creating an aura others could feel the moment he walked into a room. To apply this, Max began practicing simple mindfulness techniques like grounding and deep breathing whenever he felt stress creeping in. Before entering a tense situation, he'd take a few deep breaths, focusing on the sensation of his feet on the ground and letting his mind settle. He noticed that this helped him approach challenges with a clearer head rather than reacting impulsively. As he practiced, Max saw the change in himself. No longer fidgeting or shifting nervously, he moved and spoke with calm control. He noticed that people responded differently to him. When he walked into a room, he felt people were drawn to his centered, unhurried presence. This calm gave him a quiet confidence that radiated outward, an aura that didn't need loud words or dramatic actions. By staying calm and detached, Max was embodying Musashi's principles, creating a presence that others felt instantly, a power that came not from force, but from mastery of his own mind. Through detachment, Max realized he didn't need to project strength. By being calm and grounded, he naturally built an aura that others respected and admired. Part 4. Embracing simplicity, reducing attachment to status. Musashi lived a life defined by simplicity. While others pursued fame, wealth, or recognition, he was singularly focused on mastery and personal growth. His lifestyle reflected a deep sense of humility and purpose. He saw material possessions and social status as distractions that could weaken his focus and clarity. Musashi believed that by letting go of these attachments, he could channel all his energy into becoming the best version of himself. This commitment to simplicity gave him an aura of quiet strength that commanded respect. His power wasn't displayed through flashy items or titles, but through his unwavering dedication. One of Musashi's teachings was, "Do not let yourself be guided by the feeling of lust or love." For him, this meant not letting emotions, desires, or ego cloud his vision. He understood that attachment to external things, whether wealth, validation, or admiration, only diluted his focus. By rejecting these distractions, he developed a pure, grounded presence that set him apart. Max saw that this approach was key to building a true aura. He realized he had often gotten caught up in appearances, wanting to seem successful or fit certain expectations. But by doing so, he had actually made himself more reliant on external validation, which only weakened his confidence and focus. Inspired by Musashi's example, Max started looking at his life and identifying areas where he could let go. He noticed that he could streamline his routines, focus more on essentials, and stop worrying about others' opinions of him. One change Max made was to detach from constant social media validation. Instead of seeking likes or approval, he focused on what really mattered to him, becoming more skilled, disciplined, and centered. This shift freed up his mind, allowing him to channel energy into his personal growth. He found that by simplifying his priorities, he felt more grounded and connected to his purpose, and he no longer felt the need to prove himself. This simplicity transformed Max's presence. When he walked into a room, people sensed an authentic, unshakable confidence that wasn't about showing off. His aura became stronger as he let go of the need for status and focused on his own growth. By embracing simplicity, Max, like Musashi, discovered that true power comes from within, creating an aura that radiates strength, humility, and purpose. Part 5. Commanding the Room. Confidence through inner strength. Musashi's aura wasn't about loud displays or flashy bravado. It was a quiet, powerful confidence built on a lifetime of self-mastery. Musashi had spent years honing his craft, testing himself in countless duels, and learning to control his mind. Through this journey, he developed an unshakable inner strength. He knew without a doubt that he could rely on himself completely, no matter what he faced. This confidence was intimidating, not because he boasted or showed off, but because his presence alone radiated the depth of his self-assurance. Musashi's confidence was like a steady flame. Opponents could sense it, feeling his calm intensity without him saying a word. This strength of presence came from knowing his abilities and his limits, from countless hours of dedicated practice, and from an unwavering commitment to self-discipline. Musashi didn't need to assert his power loudly. His quiet confidence spoke for itself, leaving others awed and often intimidated by the force of his presence. Inspired by this, Max saw that true confidence didn't come from seeking validation or proving oneself. Musashi's example taught him that real power was rooted in inner strength built over time. Max began focusing on mastering his own skills, developing his abilities, and working on becoming more self-reliant. He realized that each time he grew his own capabilities, he felt less dependent on the approval of others, and his confidence felt more genuine and grounded. Max took this lesson to heart by setting goals that challenged him to rely on himself. Instead of seeking validation or relying on others' praise, he worked on building his self-trust. He practiced new skills, dedicated himself to his craft, and learned to push himself, building a confidence that came from within. Over time, he noticed that this grounded strength changed how people responded to him. Through this process, Max developed an aura that naturally commanded respect. His presence became one of calm, steady confidence, a confidence that didn't need to be proven, only felt. By living with purpose, discipline, and a commitment to self-mastery, Musashi created an aura that didn't rely on words or status. It simply radiated from his presence. His life showed that true confidence and strength aren't about appearances or what others think. Instead, they come from within, built day by day through consistent actions and dedication to personal growth. If you want to build an aura that others can sense, start small. Take one principle that resonates with you, like staying calm under pressure or focusing fully on one task, and make it a part of your routine. Each time you practice this discipline, you're taking a step closer to a deeper, quieter confidence that others will notice. Musashi didn't achieve his presence overnight, and neither will any of us. But with every step forward, you'll find yourself developing an aura that's real and lasting. If you're ready to keep growing on this path of self-mastery, subscribe to stay connected.
Peace and blessings, Mark the Messenger. Back with another video. This one's going to be about 7 signs you're blocking God's blessings in your life and things that I've learned on my path, my journey. And don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's go. So number 1 would be that you're holding on to sins that you've been delivered from. It's a difference between, let's say if you haven't been delivered from it yet, but once you've been delivered from it, once God has delivered you from it, and now when he delivers you from the sin, now much is given, much is required. So now he instructs you to feed his sheep, or whatever the case may be, right? When you're doing something that God's delivered you from, guys, and you go back to it, you go back to your vomit, you're gonna block God's blessings, guys. All right, this could be, what are some sins that plague this nation? All right, smoking, fornicating, watching porn, masturbating. When God delivers you from that, guys, and you keep holding on to that, and this is how you know you've been delivered, right? You do it again, and you don't feel the same anymore. Like you don't feel no joy, or let's say when God delivers you from something, right? You don't have the urge to do it no more. You don't have the urge to watch porn. You don't have the urge to smoke. When God delivers you from something, he gives you that strength. He puts a spirit on you. All right. And you go back to it. You go back to those sins he delivered you from, guys. You're blocking God's blessings, man. I'm telling y'all. And it's a blessing. I know it might not seem, because our flesh wants to sin. Our flesh wants to go against God. Okay. But when you've been delivered from something, it's free. It's your peace. And then you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So always remember this, guys. If you're holding on to sins where God has to, now let's say if you haven't been delivered from it yet, understand that you won't be able to get, I'm not gonna say you won't be blessed, but you won't be able to receive much blessings, because through much is given, much is required. So when God is blessing you abundantly, it means much is required. Okay. You have to sacrifice. You have to be willing to deny yourself, pick up your cross, and follow him. Okay. So understand that. When you've been delivered from the sin, guys, and you go back to it, it's gonna be tough, man. God's gonna, now God will, the Bible even says that God chastises his son and his daughter. Okay, just like our father of our flesh. Let me give you some words real quick, right? When we got in trouble at school, we talked back to the teacher. We did something that, get bad grades, get in fights at school, right? Our father, or at least my dad, he would beat me up. It's the same thing with God. God chastises his son. So if you're holding on to old sins that God has delivered you from, God's going to chastise you too. But now the Bible does say that not everyone's a son. Sometimes some of them are bastards. I'll leave a scripture somewhere right here. Okay. So understand that. Always remember this, guys. This is number 1. None of this is in order, but this is number 1, guys. Holding on to old sins that God has delivered you from. Okay. Number 2 would be having ungodly friends or relationships. Okay. Even the Bible says, blessed is the man who doesn't walk in the way of sinners, nor keeps friends with the ungodly. Okay, if you're not, it's not even just you hanging out in person, you texting, you talking to on the phone, because evil communications corrupt good manners. So they're going to plant seeds in your mind. When you're friends with the ungodly and you're trying to be godly, you're trying to rock that righteous path, they're going to cause you to go astray. Even the Bible says, don't be unequally yoked. That doesn't just mean with friendships. It means also with friendships too. So when you're doing that, you're blocking God's blessing in your life, because let's say God has a blessing for you, you won't be able to appreciate it because these friends are going to be plaguing your mind. And a lot of people are not. They're not children of wisdom, so they're not able to understand this. So God brings out his men to let you guys know, wisdom, get understanding. Because when you got wisdom and understanding, you're not going to want to be friends with them, because you know that these people are going to lead you away from God. These people are going to lead you to darkness. Okay, Christ came to be a light, and the demons, they came to do Satan's will. All right, Satan's children. All right, these ungodly friends, they're going to make you miss out on your blessings. I'm telling you guys, man, always understand that. All right, number 3 would be listening to friends and family over God. All right, listening to friends and family over God. This also links to number 2, right? But not to say that when you listen to friends and family, it doesn't mean they're ungodly, right? But if God has told you something, and remember, when God is not a liar, so when he makes a promise with you, he means it, okay? And you choose to listen to your friends and family because they're planting seeds in your mind, especially if you're a woman, because women have a weak mind. They're weak vessels, so they're more easily influenced. Okay, so if you're listening to them over and your family or co-workers, whatever, over God, all right, you're blocking God's blessing. Because let's say God has a blessing for you, right? Let's say God gave you a husband or God gave you a wife, and you listen to your, because Satan doesn't like when people come together. So he's going to use those people in darkness, those ungodly friends, okay, to plant seeds in your mind. And even though God's already let you know that that person's for you, you won't be able to accept it. You won't be able to accept it. So understand that if you listen to your friends and family over God, you're going to block God's blessings in your life, guys. So always wisdom. Speak it all day, bro. Glorify her. She shall bring thee to honor when you do embrace her. Woo! Number 4, Okay, this is the key too. I mean, all this is the key. This whole video is gem, man. I need everyone to smash the like button. I need everyone to subscribe to the channel, share this video on all platforms. Everyone needs to know this, man. Everyone needs to know this. Still loving this world. If you still love this world, guys, the Bible even says, love not the world, neither the things of the world. If any man loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, the pride of life, is not of the Father, but is of the world. And the world passed away, and the lust thereof. But he who does the will of God abides forever. So when you're loving this world, the love of God doesn't dwell within you. I know everyone wants to believe that God loves everybody. But when I open the Bible and read for myself, the Bible says that God judges the righteous, and he's angry with the wicked every single day. Okay, so all that God loving everybody, now the Bible says that the love of God doesn't dwell in you if you love this world. So if you still love this world, you're still holding on to devils, you're still holding on to these ungodly friends. Remember, the Bible says friends of the world is an enemy against God. If you have ungodly friends, wicked friends, and you're making friends with these type of people, you're God's enemy, okay? You are now a part of Satan's army, and you're going to war against God's children. You're going to war against the kingdom of God. This is a spiritual warfare, but people don't have wisdom. So they're not able to understand that. When you're making friends with these people, you might just think, oh, I'll be a light to them. You know, it's all, don't deceive yourself, guys. Even the Bible says, be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners, because people are deceived. It says, be not, and the Bible says this over and over again. It even says that, be not deceived, little children. He who does righteousness is righteousness. And it says, be not deceived. The unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God. Be not deceived. It says it all over the Bible because many people are deceived. All right. They're fools, foolish man, foolish woman. Okay, so when you still love this world, the love of God doesn't dwell with you. That means you're gonna block God's blessings. You're still worshiping money, still worshiping celebrities, idols. The love of God doesn't dwell within these people, guys. So you still love this world, and you're not set apart. Okay, God can only make those people who are anointed, the chosen ones, us chosen ones, us anointed ones. We're set apart. When you're not set apart, you're gonna be blocking God's blessings, man. Because what's the opposite of set apart? Being worldly. Being carnal. A carnal mind is death. Okay. And number 5 would be being lukewarm. We all know what the scripture says about that. If you're lukewarm, God will spit you out. A lot of people have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. A lot of people are, 1 foot set apart. The next foot is still loving this world, still loving this matrix, still loving material things, still caring about what celebrities are doing. Okay. God is a jealous God. When you're really a chosen one, God's not gonna let you do that type of stuff, bro. Maybe the old you before you were born again, maybe that the old you. But when you become born again, you can't do this stuff, man. You can't. When you become anointed, when God chooses you to a high calling, you can't do that. Let that be for the worldly people. Let it be for them. Okay, because remember the Bible says many are called, only few are chosen. So not many people are willing to be set apart. And because they're not willing to be set apart, they're gonna be blocking God's blessings in their life. And maybe the blessing in their life, guys, could be a salvation. Eternal salvation. All right, number 6 would be rejecting wisdom. Remember, the Bible says that a foolish woman destroys things with her own hands. So she'll block God's blessings because with her own hands. Okay? It says this over and over again that the people who, even the Bible says that they who hate wisdom love death. They're spiritually dead, man. So when you reject wisdom, when you don't allow the spirit of wisdom in you, because wisdom always warns us, especially if you call yourself a child of God. Which most people say they are, but it's not really. Okay, not everyone's a child of God. We gotta reprogram our mind, guys. Not God doesn't love everybody. Read the Bible, read it. I know that's what the Christian church teaches you because it's watered down messages. It's a lukewarm gospel. Okay, but God is angry with the wicked every single day. But when you reject wisdom, you're blocking God's blessings, man. When you go out of and remember, wisdom, the Bible even says to call wisdom your sister. Wisdom's always warning us. It's always speaking to us. Oh, let go of those friends. Give up that relationship. That sins that you're doing is to keep you in darkness. It's to keep you in bondage to Satan. Listen to your friends, your family, your coworker over God. Wisdom speaks to us. When you have wisdom, none of this is gonna happen, bro. But when you're a fool, okay, this is what happens. Now you gotta reap what you sow. When you're a fool, this is what happens, man. Okay, so number 7. So that's key, guys. I mean, this could have been number 1, rejection, but that's all. Whatever. Number 7 is not loving the truth. All right. The Bible even says, man, those who don't love the truth will receive a strong delusion, man. God will send them a strong delusion because they've received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. For this cause, God shall send them a strong delusion, that they all might be damned who receive not the love of this truth. I'll leave that verse somewhere right here. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Okay. When you don't love this truth, you're blocking God's blessing. When you have a God's anointed one telling you to keep the commandments, keep the law, statutes, commandments, keep the faith in Christ, to repent, and you're telling them, oh, we're saved by grace. You don't love the truth. The Bible makes it clear that in Deuteronomy chapter 28, if you keep the commandments, you'll be blessed. And if you don't, you'll be cursed. Okay. Now, are we saved by the commandments? Of course not. We're saved by faith. But the Bible says in Revelation chapter 14, verse 12, blessed are the saints, blessed are they who keep the faith in Christ and the commandments of God. I'll leave the verse right here. But people want to be, they don't love the truth. They don't have the spirit of truth in them. The Bible even says that even the spirit of truth, who the world can't receive because they see him not, neither know him, but you know him and he dwells within you. Okay. When you have the spirit of truth, this is also linked to wisdom. It shows you everything, man. Even in Sal, like another verse right here. We could go on. The spirit of truth, the world can't receive. You either have the spirit of truth in you or the spirit of error. You either have the spirit of the Holy Spirit in you or the spirit of the world. There's no in between. A lot of people, they want to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But God says he's spitting out all the lukewarm people. God said he's not playing with the lukewarm. He's spitting all of them out. Okay? And the lukewarm people, these are fools. These are people who reject wisdom. All right, so these are 7 signs that you're blocking God's blessings, man. Number 1, holding on to sins you've been delivered from. Number 2, having ungodly friends and being in ungodly relationships. And I have a video on that too. If you guys haven't checked it out, I'll leave it on the Instagram. Listening to friends and family over God, still loving this world, still loving the matrix, still caring about material possessions, still caring about celebrities, not being set apart, being lukewarm, rejecting wisdom, not living the truth. All right. And don't let no one fool you guys. When you're obedient to God, when you love God with all your mind, body, heart, and soul, when you're honoring God by, whatever the Bible says you're doing, don't let people call you, oh, you're just religious. Oh, you're just self-righteous. Don't let no one fool you guys. All right. These are the wicked. The wicked, even the Bible says that to the wicked, it's an abomination to the righteous. And to us righteous, it's the wicked are abomination to the righteous, and the righteous is abomination to the wicked. I'll leave that verse right here. Okay, don't be fooled, guys. Don't be fooled. Keep on honoring God. Keep on putting him first, because he's the one who's going to take you to new levels. And those people who laughed at you, those people who didn't support you, those people who didn't have your best interests at heart, those people who laughed at you for you're walking in God's calling, God's going to make sure that God's going to make sure. I know how my Father is. He's going to make sure that he sees you being blessed. He's going to make sure that they see it. He's going to make sure they see it. Okay, the Bible even says, for this is the will of God, that with well-doing, you should put to silence of foolish people. Okay, this is the will of God. That's God's will in your life. So continue walking the path. Continue walking the narrow path. Remember, even the Bible says that they hated Christ, they're going to hate you. Why is that? Because Christ came to be a light. So when you have the Spirit of Christ in you, you're now a light. They're in darkness. They don't have Christ. And they might profess with their mouth. Even the Bible says, these people worship me with their mouth and their lips, but their heart is far from me. They're lukewarm. Lukewarm and they reject wisdom, not set apart. I love you guys so much. If you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Check out the end screen. I'm going to put it either here or here. All right, I love you guys. I'm out. Peace.
Welcome, gents. The moment you stop conforming, you start becoming dangerous. Society expects people to follow a script, be social, seek approval, fit in. But Sigma males, they walk a completely different path. You've always felt different, haven't you? Not in a way that makes you superior, but in a way that makes you unshackled. You don't chase validation, you don't play the social games, and you don't force yourself into places where you don't belong. And because of that, people don't always understand you. They call you distant, odd, even intimidating. But here's the truth. Your so-called weird habits are what set you apart. They are proof that you live by your own rules. You don't talk just to fill silence. You observe more than you speak. You distance yourself when the energy feels off. You disappear when you need to reset, and you return only when you decide. That's not weakness, that's power. Some will misunderstand you. Let them. Others will underestimate you. Let them. Your strength has never been in being seen. It's in being 11 unusual habits that every Sigma male has. Not to
Thomas. Versus Falco. Ready? Go! Fire! Choose your character. Versus Fox. Ready? Go! versus Peach. Ready? Go!
The dark secret of this whole entire thing is that you get an energetic payoff from attracting a narcissist, from attracting an energy vampire, or from attracting a manipulator. You get an energetic payoff, and that's why you do it. You may not be aware of that energetic payoff, but an energetic payoff is like something you do because you get something, and it's maybe negative, but it feels positive.
Ever wonder why you feel exhausted even when you haven't done much? Your energy is being drained quietly, constantly and deliberately, but by who and how? Today we'll uncover the hidden forces working against you, keeping you stuck in the same frustrating loops, trapped in patterns you never chose. This is the real reason why, no matter how hard you try, you struggle to focus, create, and truly feel like yourself. The system of control. The answer isn't as obvious as you might think. It's not just about people, though some certainly play a role. It's about a system, an unseen machinery of control that has been in place for longer than you can.
Back. Let's
I'm
do that.
thinking the
Let's do that.
intel.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over there and smack you.
Lance, you literally.
Brothers and sisters, a time is coming soon when the events prophesied in the books of Daniel and Revelation will come to pass. Devastation on a global scale that will effectively disrupt the lives of everyone on Earth. 4 disasters and 3 woes that make up the 7 trumpets, which will sound and signal a time of great tribulation spoken of by Jesus in the book of Matthew. For then there will be great tribulation, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, no, and never will be. There will be a time of distress, such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. But at that time your people, everyone whose name is found written in the book, will be delivered. The world is reaching its height in rebellion and decadence. The cup of her iniquity is full, and the wrath of God is about to be poured out on its inhabitants. The destruction caused by the first 4 trumpets will totally fracture religious exemplars and humble the hearts of all. As it is today, many are closed to the gospel, widely because of cultural and religious differences.
Choose your character. Mark. Versus Sheik. Ready? Hmm. Choose your character. Choose your character. Versus Fox. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go!
Two.
Choose your character. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Luigi versus Marth. Ready? Go! Yeah. Choose your character. Link versus Marth. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Summons. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go! Versus Sheik. Ready? Choose your character. Samus. Captain Falcon. Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Falcon Punch! Fire! Falcon Slash! Show me your moves!
Choose your character. Ganondorf versus Peach. Ready? Go! Choose your character. Mario. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go!
Two.